During the lesson, the teacher announced that today they would study unusual wolf-type monsters of the first level, which aroused the interest of the students, because they always loved to study new creatures. First appearing in 1982, monsters are able to penetrate city walls and penetrate the armor of tanks, threatening residents and military personnel. Conventional weapons proved useless, leading to complete defeat, and the population quickly fell to a third. But with the advent of martial artists, people discovered that internal energy could be used to fight monsters. Subsequently, the cultivation of this energy was added to the secondary education curriculum. There are 20 days left before the exams. Every day you need to diligently develop your inner energy to get into a good university. A month ago, James accidentally fell into this world, where, although the people and the surrounding world remained unchanged, the world itself was different from his usual surroundings. This world was filled with danger and a variety of martial arts, presenting an unusual and exciting environment for James. James was saddened to realize that once again he would have to pay all expenses through donations, and this left him angry and disappointed. The teacher was at a loss, could not understand how he managed to show so much impudence, especially considering the proximity of the entrance exams, and the student continued to sleep in class, not showing any responsibility. He found himself in the body of an ordinary person, devoid of martial arts talent. While in his third year of high school, he was preparing to take the university entrance exams. However, compared to other students, his program functioned ineffectively, causing him bewilderment and disappointment. James assured the teacher that he would not tolerate such behavior again, and sincerely apologized to him for his actions. The program continues to send notifications. Perhaps this is what rebirth stories often prefer to use, but it may not be all that useful. James was having trouble understanding how the stat enhancement method suggested to him worked. The teacher encouraged the guy, saying that he was confident in his abilities and was sure that he had a real chance of success. At least he stays on top of things by keeping the classroom clean, but no student has ever been able to repeat a year, so he's going to have to work hard. But his classmates didn't believe in James at all. He couldn't understand how it was even possible to be on the same level of cultivation with everyone if he ended up in a body as indestructible as a rotten tree. It seemed that after rebirth his life would again look like a piece of crap. But he did not lose hope for change his fate, and continued to believe in himself. James didn't understand what happened because after he was insulted, his stats improved and he became more confident in himself, realizing that the words of others should not determine his worth and self-worth. This system is a little strange. He needs to learn from us first. He must come up with a problem and avoid the lesson, which seemed somewhat pointless to him. But in the process he realized that this approach develops his thinking and ability to solve problems. James reported that he had a stomach ache and ran away from class in severe pain, which made him forget about his fear of punishment for truancy. He didn't do anything but his strength increased by 8 points. This curse changed the cause and effect relationships. It seems he could increase stats in this way if he was relaxed or insulted. However, if he worked hard and received praise, then the stats would decrease. It seems that he needs to figure out this method of increasing the level of internal energy. After all, internal energy is the most important characteristic for becoming a martial artist. Vital energy is probably related to health, and understanding this connection will help him further develop. Just at that moment, he noticed a couple kissing in front of him, and this subtly reminded him of the importance of sensual and emotional energy in life, remembering the importance of balance between physical and mental state. He had just seen the teacher heading in this direction, and suddenly realized that the coincidence could hide important lessons or indications for the next stage of his destiny. After being insulted again, he felt a mixture of anger and disappointment, but instead of succumbing to negative emotions, he decided to use this as motivation to improve himself and strengthen his inner energy. James said random impulses led him to say something to the girl, and he did not want to mock her or cause offense, recognizing the importance of respect and tolerance in relationships. And then it turned out that the man in front of him was dead, and this unexpected discovery made James think about the fragility of life and how important it is to appreciate every moment, no matter how ordinary or unpredictable it is. The girl said that since he had already seen her, nothing would change, and this statement sounded to James as a hint of the inevitability of change and the need to accept life's circumstances as they are. It was a parasitic creature created to attack people. it poses on a person's body and emits a poisonous paralyzing gas, making James realize that the world is full of dangers that can take the most incredible forms. The girl decided that she would do the same to James, and this decision made him realize that he was in a situation where he would have to use all his skills and resources to survive and protect himself from danger. And then she immediately began to attack him, and James, suddenly in danger, came to understand the need for quick and effective action to protect himself and his life. The guy could not understand the essence of this system, because what was the point of increasing characteristics if he had to suffer? He was sure that he would be dealt with in no time, and it did not occur to him why such changes were needed if they brought pain and suffering. Although they give points and characteristics for damage, he does not want to die, and this internal contradiction made him think that maybe there is another way of development without so many risks to life. If the lungs, hearts, or head are destroyed, then it will no longer matter how much internal vital energy he has, they will simply become useless. He needs to find a way to increase energy in order to defeat the monster and save himself, realizing that true strength can manifest itself not only in the physical combat, but also in strategic thinking and searching for enemy vulnerabilities. The girl told him to be a good boy and let himself be tried, and this statement made him think that maybe interacting with this creature was not as straightforward as he thought, and he should be careful in his actions and decisions. It was only then that James realized that the gas she emitted was poisonous, a realization that made him realize that he was in a much more dangerous situation than he thought, and that he needed to act immediately to save himself. He then said that the girl with the long tongue had stinky breath, and this remark made him realize that in this situation, jokes and insults could have serious consequences, and that it was important to be more tactful and careful in communication, especially at critical moments. She immediately attacked him for insulting him, showing that she was not going to tolerate such words. Since he said that her breath stank, she decided that he should inhale this poisonous gas to paralyze him. The girl, asserting her readiness, demonstrated a ruthless attitude and determination in seeing her intentions through to the end, despite the possible consequences for James. Apparently, this was his plan, and he was glad that she fell for it, which only strengthened his position in this unpredictable situation. From being damaged by the poisonous gas, his stats began to skyrocket, giving him an unexpected advantage in a situation that seemed hopeless. But still, he quickly fell off his feet and could not resist, feeling a sudden weakness and exhaustion that disrupted his plans and undermined his confidence. The monster immediately began to attack him again, not giving him a moment's rest and forcing James to fight for survival with all his might. By inhaling the poisonous pores, he could thus increase his internal energy and ultimately increase his level of combat prowess, using this unusual method as a way to strengthen his powers in the fight against the monster. Just like the guy said, everything he did worked, demonstrating his ability to find creative solutions and use the environment to his advantage to overcome obstacles and achieve goals. And yet he had the strength to respond to the girl with an equally powerful blow, demonstrating his determination in the fight for his survival. James was finally free of the monster and was able to survive, feeling a mixture of relief and victory, after a long and intense fight for his life. If someone sees him, it will be difficult to explain the situation, so it is better to avoid unnecessary problems and try to hide from prying eyes. Half an hour later, a girl came and was surprised that the monster was killed with one blow, causing James a wave of anxiety and bewilderment about how to explain what happened. When James got home, he said that his evening classes had taken a little longer that day, which was why he was home so late, making up excuses for his late return and trying to hide the truth about his adventures. He was scared because the parasite monster was a real threat to him and the city, and he couldn't figure out whether he should report it to the police, wavering between the desire to protect himself and the fear of the possible consequences of revealing the truth. He suddenly shifted his gaze to something new, and this simple action opened up a whole world of possibilities and mysteries, leaving him hungry for new discoveries. Seeing his sister in front of him, he felt relieved that he had not expressed his thoughts out loud, leaving them hidden inside himself. He asked her why she spoke in a northeastern dialect, showing interest in something that could be related to her past or the place where she spent time. Yesterday, a new colleague arrived from northeast China. She learned a few phrases, which aroused interest and questions from other employees about her past experience and motivation. She was curious about what happened to her brother and began asking questions, wanting to know more about his fate and current state of affairs. When asked why there was blood all over his clothes, she replied that he simply fell on the street, but there was something strange in her voice, arousing suspicion. James asked if you were going to change your clothes before sitting down to eat, or if you were going to do it just before getting down to business, emphasizing the importance of planning and being prepared for activities. When the guy sat down at the table, he admitted that it all smelled amazing, emphasizing his joy and admiration for the aroma of the dishes, which created a wave of appetite among those around him. Moving into this world, he was afraid that his mother and sister would change, but fortunately, with the exception of the social environment, nothing changed, which brought him relief and confidence in maintaining family relationships. He was glad that he had a harmonious family and felt strong love for himself and her circle, which brought him constant joy and confidence in his place in the world. The sister noticed that his little brother was still growing and emphasized that he needed a lot of nutrients, which sparked awareness of the importance of caring for his health and development. Mom asked them to calm down and allow them to eat in peace, reminding them of the importance of the moment of shared meals and family ties. When James ate food, his stats dropped, indicating that he was experiencing some kind of malaise or dissatisfaction, possibly related to food or other factors. Only after this did he remember his curse, which made him realize the connection between his condition and the unusual events happening to him. At this point, the sister prepared something for the guy, perhaps trying to distract him from thoughts about the curse and cheer him up. He apparently knew immediately what it was, perhaps through intuition or experience, which gave him a sense of surprise or important discovery. It turned out that these were pills that helped increase internal energy, the key to reserves of strength previously hidden within himself, which filled him with a sense of enthusiasm and readiness to take on challenges. The mother wondered if she was selling her body, because she could not understand where she suddenly had money for such things. But the sister began to explain that she had taken the money from her savings and asked if any problems had arisen because of it, clarifying that she wanted to help, not harm. 2 years ago, during the entrance exam, a certain girl was targeted and treated as a non-entity, which led to serious consequences for everyone involved in the situation. James realized that he needed to become stronger to protect his sister, which sparked his determination and drive to protect his family. The guy accidentally activated the curse again, and he lost almost everything he had earned in 3 days, leaving him frustrated and worried about future consequences. There were 4 tablets left, and to prevent the guy from selling them, the sister decided to take them with her. From now on he will be able to take 1 tablet a day. He could no longer remain silent. His sister had treated him very well, and now he realized that he had to become stronger, at least to help her take revenge. Inhaling a poisonous gas combined with an energy-boosting pill inspired new ideas, perhaps giving him a sense of eccentric inspiration or giving him unusual perspectives. At this moment, everyone on the internet was discussing the mastery of martial arts, which could attract the guy's attention and inspire him to learn new skills or strategies. James learned about a new method for raising his internal energy, which made him interested and began to study this approach. Walking into a store, he said he wanted to buy a pack of cigarettes, perhaps looking for some way to relieve stress or balance his energy. Her order was met by an attractive girl who asked if he wanted to buy cigarettes, adding a hint of slight interest to the conversation. But it is unclear why she began to approach him and call him a liar, perhaps causing him embarrassment or bewilderment at such an unexpected approach. She stated that he didn't quite look of age and perhaps he should do something else, such as cultivation, since she did not tolerate naughty children. She told him to go back to school because she didn't want him to be late, expressing her concern for his education and future. She asked him not to blame her for her rudeness, explaining that she simply dangled a pack of cigarettes in front of his nose, but did not sell it to him, leaving him without a purchase. At that moment, James threw something incomprehensible at him, perhaps demonstrating his displeasure or simply rejecting his words. He actually stole her cigarettes and ran away, leaving her disappointed and unhappy with this unexpected deception situation. After a while, he had smoked almost the entire pack of cigarettes, which may have given him a feeling of satisfaction or relaxation, but also highlighted his problematic habits. With that much energy, he is already a 0.3 level martial artist, highlighting his improving skills and willingness to take action. After all, many university graduates usually have level 1 martial arts skills, which is common in today's world and a testament to their training and preparation. In a month, when the college entrance exam comes, he will already be a first-level martial artist, and it will not be impossible for him to become the best, highlighting his desire to excel and achieve high results. Just at that moment, a stranger approached the guy, creating the feeling of an unexpected intervention or a possible change in the usual order of things. He asked how dare he smoke cigarettes here and offered to give away the remaining cigarettes as a sign of respect for his senior comrades, expressing his dominance and expecting obedience. He said he could be punished for smoking alone, warning him of the possible consequences of breaking the rules. They said that if the school found out that he smoked, very serious problems awaited him, so it was better to give him cigarettes, warning him against possible troubles. As it turned out, they were unscrupulous, pathetic school bullies who did nothing but take everything from him, highlighting their unscrupulous behavior and unwillingness to respect the personal boundaries of others. When they are not in the mood, they take out their anger on him, resorting to physical violence at the slightest provocation, which emphasizes their aggressive behavior and unstable emotional background. One of them offered to beat the guy, as always, and take away the cigarettes, demonstrating their cruelty and ruthlessness towards him. The yellow-haired guy supported this idea and immediately began to beat James, showing his readiness for violence and complicity in the actions of the group. But to their surprise, he began to resist, suddenly seizing the initiative and demonstrating determination to defend himself. He escaped death at the hands of a strange monster, and now has no reason to be afraid of these guys, as the experience has given him a new level of confidence and strength. The guy couldn't understand how James dared to touch his dear older brother. He said that he would now repay them in kind, expressing his determination and intention to return for his attack. It was amazing, with such a curse, after smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, he was able to increase his cultivation level, which highlighted his unusual abilities and willpower. He now truly possesses the strength of a level 0.3 martial artist, indicating his significant progress and mastery in this field. A surprise attack occurred and he was not only able to dodge, but also react quickly, showing off his high reaction speed and martial arts prowess. But he saw all of its weak points, which gave him an advantage in the fight and the ability to adapt his tactics to the confrontation. There is no room for miscalculation in his fighting style, which makes him a dangerous opponent, capable of using every weak point of his opponent to his advantage. As the guy got closer, James took advantage of his moment of confusion and punched him straight in the stomach, stunning the attacker and giving himself the opportunity to control the situation and defend himself. He could not understand how this happened, because James had always been weak in martial arts, which caused him surprise and bewilderment at such an unexpected turn of events. Of course, James was glad that he was able to fight back against the bully, which brought him satisfaction and self-confidence. As punishment, he placed them tied together and half-naked in the middle of the street, which emphasized their humiliation and exposed them to others. He was truly glad of what he had done, feeling satisfaction from the punishment meted out and feeling powerful and influential. He was aware that this unexpected transformation of his power was something unfathomable, and he was grateful for this gift from heaven, which gave him a new level of confidence and determination, feeling ready to face any challenges that might come his way. It only took him 2 to 3 hits to take down 2 guys who were level 0.1 martial artists, highlighting his amazing abilities and progress in martial arts. He wondered what would happen if he smoked 100 packs, or even as many as 1,000, given that he was already benefiting from toxic substances, so he decided to smoke every day. With this power, he will be able to control the winds, summon hurricanes and protect his comrades from any natural disaster, becoming a true hero and protector of his people. But first he sets big goals for himself to become the most incredible martial artist, while at the same time flirting with many beauties. His teacher abruptly appeared in front of him, saying that he was neglecting his cultivation and had his head in the clouds, and added that yesterday he had the impudence to leave his lesson. He said that this could no longer continue, and Jane should go with him to his own office, The teacher expressed the seriousness of the situation and demanded that James stop his negligence and listen to his instructions. He told James to focus and direct his energy to the acupuncture points so that he could feel the presence of energy in his body. The teacher asked him to activate his energy and allow it to flow freely within him. James couldn't believe that his teacher had brought him here just for this. He was confused and felt disappointed as he had expected a more meaningful or in-depth discussion. He asked to stop and said that he would train. James decided that despite the unexpected developments, he could take responsibility for his own development and train diligently to achieve his goals. The teacher told him to gather his energy, focus and feel the flow of energy. He emphasized the importance of conscious perception and management of his own energy in order to achieve harmony and balance in his body and mind. James truly experienced this as complete madness. He felt confusion and bewilderment in front of such unusual practices. Doubts and questions arose in his head about how effective and real they could be. James felt that if he continued this type of training, he could become a victim of his teacher and suffer serious consequences for his physical and mental health. The oath-taking ceremony for the second high school entrance exam will begin very soon. The entrance exam will give them the opportunity to demonstrate their ambition. 10 years of preparation and hundreds of days of hard work to overcome the high mountain pass and achieve their majestic goal. Everyone present was confused and could not understand what James was going to do in this situation. They expected something ordinary or predictable, but his actions turned out to be a mystery to everyone present. They believed that he was wasting educational resources and not using his full potential. It was difficult to understand why he chose such an unusual path and did not follow the generally accepted standards of education. They were confident that he would not be accepted into any college, considering his approach to education and training unusual and unsuitable for traditional educational institutions. They doubted his chances of success and further education. He declared that this was his life and his business, and accepted himself as he was multifaceted and bright, like multicolored fireworks, rejecting the stereotypes and expectations of other people. James realized that it was not easy to deal with a crowd when he found himself in the minority and at odds with the others. He realized that no matter what they said, the curse would reverse the psychological damage caused by their ridicule and attacks. He decided to take up the challenge and fight them, taking inspiration from the example of an ancient strategist who entered into debates with scientists and successfully fought them to protect his ideas and strike back. When he heard the greetings, he realized that everyone present was greeting their eldest. Alexa stood in front of them, a young woman with bright eyes and a confident posture. She was a student at the prestigious Peking University and held the position of vice chairman of the Union of Martial Artists. Her presence aroused their interest and excitement, because they knew that she had deep knowledge and martial arts skills. It turned out that Alexa was the city champion in the youth category. James saw an example in her and decided to draw inspiration from her achievements and experience. He realized that she had valuable knowledge and skills that could help him in his own development. During his sister's entrance exams, Alexa deliberately destroyed her ocean of energy, completely destroying the cultivation base. This act caused shock and indignation in James, and he realized that Alexa was a serious opponent, capable of destroying even those close to him. First, Alexa wished all the students good luck during the entrance exams. She expressed the hope that each of them will achieve high results and top the lists of achievements. Alexa wanted to express her point of view that misfits should not be allowed to take university entrance examinations. She emphasized the importance of fair selection based on merit and ability to ensure high levels of education and success in the learning environment. Alexa expressed the opinion that some people not only waste the educational resources of society, but also engage in criminal activities that do not bring progress. Alexa mentioned James as an example and saw in him a reflection of his sister, Alice. In her opinion, it would be difficult for James to get into university, so she advises him to follow his sister's path, drop out of school and get a job in society to at least have the ability to provide for their basic needs and make ends meet. After hearing these words, James exploded with anger. His face became covered with red spots, and he began to loudly express his displeasure. James was shocked and couldn't believe that the girl actually mocked him and said such words to him. It made him feel offended and disappointed. The teacher said he was responsible for James's inappropriate teaching and that the homeroom teacher had failed in his job. The girl persistently repeated her request and added that he did not need to interfere in James's affairs, since she believed that he was capable of making his own decisions and being responsible for his life. The second high school that has emerged has become the only cancer, and the only way to save this year's enrollment rate is to eliminate it or solve the problem associated with it. Their school's mission is to raise first-class students, or create a society like Alexa and avoid wasting educational resources on those who are parasites like James. Alexa is a shining example of a smart and capable girl. She displays a high level of intelligence, a desire to achieve goals and diligence in her studies. The teacher noted that James was impressive in his calmness at this time, despite the circumstances. The girl began to offer an option in which James would have the opportunity to express himself and reveal his potential. Offering an unusual condition, the girl said that if James would kneel down and lick her boots, she would write him 3 letters of recommendation and provide him with books so that he would not end up like his sister. At this point, those present began to actively stand up for James, expressing their support and defending his right to his own decisions and choice of educational path. However, as it turned out, they were simply against the girl giving special rewards to James or giving him advantages based on unusual conditions or personal bias. Alexa turned to James and asked his opinion about the proposal and the situation. She was interested in what he thought about accepting the terms offered by the girl, and how he saw his future and education. If James lost, the girl demanded that he bow down to her and lick her shoes, but if he was accepted into the university, she promised to apologize to his sister on her knees. The man was puzzled and could not understand how he could disrespect the best student of their school. It seemed unfair and unacceptable to him not to respect the achievements and talents of such an outstanding student. The man was amazed that he even dared to argue with the best student. He realized that this was a real manifestation of arrogance and disrespect for her knowledge and abilities. The girl said that she was ready to accept the guy's conditions. Despite his arguments and their disagreements, she expressed her readiness to give him a chance to prove himself and change his attitude towards her and her achievements. James gave his word that no matter the outcome of the situation, he would focus on passing his exams and going to university. He decided not to let external circumstances distract him from achieving his educational goals. At that moment, the same girl from whom James stole cigarettes appeared. The man stated that he would now leave the protocols and make sure that they were processed as soon as possible. James was in shock and could not believe that all this was happening to him at this very moment. It was difficult for him to realize that his past mistakes and actions were so suddenly exposed and had consequences. Given his lack of knowledge, as well as the fact that James even attempted to pay at first, and given that the theft was an isolated incident, the lack of prior offenses, and his minor age, I would recommend avoiding arrest and considering alternative penalties or behavioral correction opportunities. Since the matter had taken such a turn, the girl stated that she would not sue or file a complaint against James. She said that teaching brats like James was difficult and unpleasant for her, so she decided to end the relationship and said goodbye to him. Alexa realized that if James was excluded from the entrance exam, he would not be able to compete with her on equal terms, and she would be more likely to win. The teacher stated that when they returned to school he would definitely teach the boy a lesson. He probably thought it was important to discuss what happened and teach a lesson about the consequences of his actions. At this point, James received the piece of paper. He is probably studying its contents, or considering the information that is indicated on it. At that moment, James received a piece of paper, which turned out to be a document about his expulsion from the school. The principal informed James that he was no longer a student at Second High because his recent rule violations were serious and unforgivable. The teacher made every effort to convince the director to give the guy a second chance, expressing his arguments and possibilities for rehabilitation. James asked the teacher not to waste time pleading on his behalf, perhaps recognizing that his infractions were serious and emphasizing his own acceptance of responsibility for the consequences of his actions. The guy said that the winner has not yet been determined, and he intends to demonstrate his abilities and successfully cope with the entrance exams. The girl expected to witness the guy's failure and watch him fail. She probably felt a sense of satisfaction or resentment at the thought that he would not be able to achieve his goal. The teacher told the boy to stay where he was and not move. James expressed that he felt he had made enough effort, and thanked his teacher for continuing to believe in him. He acknowledged the support he was given and expressed his gratitude for that. Even though James ended up being a disappointment, his behavior caused a lot of trouble and problems. He said he would always remember the man, perhaps expressing gratitude or appreciation for his influence or help in the past, indicating that the man left a significant impression on him or was important in his life. It was only after James left that he realized how wrong he was and what a bad situation he was in. In the heat of the moment, James was eventually expelled, and now he was ashamed and unclear about what to do or how to return home. James realized that he needed to find a way to pass the entrance exams, otherwise he would have to ask her forgiveness and accept his responsibility to change the situation. James believed that it was the tobacco store owners who were responsible for it all, perhaps suggesting that a conflict with them or an incident related to tobacco products had caused his troubles and expulsion. The girls were wondering where this guy came from and what business brought him here. They may have discussed his appearance and tried to figure out his goals or intentions. However, after a few seconds she realized that the guy was a cigarette thief. She couldn't believe that the principal had actually expelled him when she had made her position clear that she had no intention of holding him accountable. James also admitted that he was wrong and that everything that happened was entirely his fault. After he apologized, the girl decided to offer him several part-time jobs. Given his appearance, she is sure that he will be able to gain popularity. He decided to make money and pay her back, but not in the way she suggested. In general, he felt that she had gone too far, and because of her, he decided to focus on being able to pass the entrance exams and change his life. She told him not to be angry as she was just joking. James said that he was not ashamed, and she was not ashamed, that she had ruined the future of a diligent student. He may have expressed his indignation and disappointment in her action, considering it unfair and destructive to his future prospects. She thought that maybe he was a really good student, and she felt sorry that his life could be ruined because of a small mistake. She realized the potential consequences of her actions and felt regret and sympathy for James. She asked James what he wanted to do now or what he wanted to achieve. James asked her to help him find a school since he wants to prepare and pass the entrance exams. He needed her support and guidance to find a suitable place and achieve his goal. She asked James for his time, promising that she would come up with something useful or help him in his endeavors. She expressed her willingness to support him and offered her help in achieving his goals. But she had one condition: James had to get a job with her to work off his debt. James couldn't believe that his fantasies could become reality. The opportunity to get a job with her and work off his debt opened up new prospects and gave hope for changing his life. James never expected that it was this woman who would be able to convince him. Her offer of help and the opportunity to change his life led him to change his views and open up new opportunities. James could believe that he had agreed to the offer so easily. He realized that this was an opportunity to change his situation, and he decided to take this chance, trusting the woman and her offer. James believed that capitalists would squeeze him to the limit throughout his life. He had a negative attitude towards the system and feared that his work and efforts would be used in a wasteful way for the sake of someone else's profit. He believed that he would live forever in an endless hell, working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. But one day he realized that the time for change had come and decided to change his life. While working, the guy just sat and played on the phone, not suspecting that a great adventure awaited him that would change his life forever. His energy is growing rapidly. Working here is not only a way to pay off his debt, but also one of his pleasures, and he just sat and played on the phone, not knowing that a great adventure awaits him that will change his life forever. As a new generation of purposeful youth, they are determined to change the world for the better, despite all the obstacles and challenges that may come their way. You must learn to fight capitalists in order to prevent evil and injustice in the world, and at the same time preserve humanity and kindness in your heart. Sooner or later he will tie this capitalist to a street lamp to show that evil will not pass unnoticed, and truth and justice will always find a way to the light. He was confident that he would succeed, because he had not only determination, but also faith in his own strength and the support of friends who were ready to go with him to the end. At that moment, a visitor came to him, whose intentions were not entirely clear, forcing him to be vigilant and ready for any turn of events. Standing in front of him was a level 0.4 martial artist, looking calm and confident, knowing that he had skills that could withstand any opponent. The man said that he was looking for a guy named James, smiling mysteriously about something, which made James feel some anxiety, not knowing what awaits him next. When he realized that this guy was in front of him, he began to taunt him, thinking that he would win easily, but unaware of the strength and skill that James possessed. The guy decided to find out what was the matter and why this stranger was mocking him so much, not suspecting that he himself would soon be drawn into a dangerous adventure. The man said that he had come to buy secrets, causing James confusion and some apprehension as he did not want to reveal his secrets to a stranger. As it turned out, those two guys were pestering James, and he complained to this man, hoping for his help or protection, but unexpectedly faced new difficulties and dangers. Oddly enough, they told him that they were beaten by James, which made him doubt the stranger's words and wonder what was happening around him. He asked not to be afraid because their older brother would deal with him, hinting at possible consequences for James and urging him to stay away. The man asked for 1 pack of strong cigarettes, trying to relieve tension and create an atmosphere of trust, although James was still wary. James replied that the price of 1 pack of cigarettes for him was 45,000 yuan, causing the man to think and perhaps reconsider his intentions. When the man shook his hand, he took it very tightly, trying to show his strength and dominance. But James remained calm and unperturbed, ready for any development. James could not understand what he was doing and why the man was doing this, feeling some awkwardness and bewilderment in front of this stranger, whose actions seemed mysterious and inexplicable to him. He gave him 50,000 yuan and told him he didn't need to change, trying to win him over or convince him that he was serious, although James still couldn't figure out his true intentions. James didn't know what he was trying to say, feeling a mixture of surprise, bewilderment, and some anxiety about what might happen next. And then he began to squeeze his hand even harder, causing James pain and discomfort, which made him think about possible actions in this situation. He was sure that James would not be able to resist his efforts, because he was a martial artist, but James did not give up, remaining calm and focused. Suddenly, the man felt a sharp pain in his arm as James answered his challenge and controlled the situation with ease, forcing him to retreat. James said that this was his first job and that it was the first time he had received such a warm and sincere handshake from a customer, making the man feel more relaxed and trusting. He then broke the man's arm, showing his strength and determination without being too cruel, which left the man feeling pain and helplessness. Of course, he was in pain from the harm caused, and he realized his mistake, regretting his actions and realizing that playing with fire could have serious consequences. James also thanked him for the 5,000 tip, showing gratitude and respect for him despite what happened, which caused the man some surprise and understanding of his mistake. The man then began to run away, apparently in unbearable pain from the broken arm, trying to get away from James and avoid further trouble. James finally shouted out that he forgot his cigarettes, adding a little irony to this unusual situation, showing his strength and humor at the same time. But he realized that the man had left them especially for him, as a symbol of gratitude or apology, making him think about the meaning of what happened and his attitude towards him. He thanked him for the gift and said that he would take them, thus showing respect for the man's actions and understanding of his gesture. James then smoked a pack of cigarettes and began to count the proceeds, reflecting on what had happened and planning his further actions, realizing that every event has its consequences. The revenue was 73,500 yuan, which shows that the store is doing well, bringing profit and success, making James feel confident and satisfied with his achievements. It is necessary to put the money in a safe place so that the boss does not decide to settle accounts with him if they disappear, thus ensuring the safety and security of their funds. He could not understand who kept the panties in the cash register and why, feeling mixed feelings of surprise and bewilderment at this strange situation. He realized that the panties were the boss's, which caused him some confusion and awkwardness in front of her. James began to realize that this was all for a reason, and that there was some hidden meaning or intention behind this strange situation, forcing him to be more vigilant and careful. Just at that moment, the boss came to him, which confirmed his guesses that something unusual was happening, and forced him to be more careful and attentive to what was happening. Of course, the guy was scared or did not expect such a sudden appearance of the boss, which forced him to be tense and careful in his actions and words. James could not understand what he was doing, feeling mixed feelings of surprise, bewilderment, and some anxiety in front of this stranger, whose actions seemed mysterious and incomprehensible to him. She asked him if he wanted to come to their room where she would show something cool, making him curious and interested in what she was about to show. James asked if she had found schools for him, showing interest in the information offered and a willingness to discuss further. But not yet, because the task was not easy, and required time and effort to solve, forcing him to be patient and persistent in achieving his goal. James lied that he worked very hard on his cultivation today in order to hide his true intentions or simply out of fatigue and lack of time for spiritual cultivation. She realized that he was truly a diligent and responsible guy who not only trained, but also took care of the store's affairs, which made her respect and approve of his personality. Just a loyal and obedient race system, one must love him deeply in the future, feeling that it will be a faithful and reliable ally in his aspirations and goals. The woman asked if he had read today's news report, showing interest in his awareness and general culture. He reported that strong radiation was detected inside the dimensional time gate 341b, causing many people to die, causing her to feel shocked and sad at such a tragedy. James apparently learned about this place and realized that it was ideal for training, as such strong radiation could be used to improve his cultivation and strength. The next day he actually came there, ready to use this place for his training and development, demonstrating his determination. He told me that in this world there will be martial arts with advanced technology. The space-time gate is rumored to have the highest death rate. Due to the extreme danger, the number of martial artists coming here in search of treasure has dropped sharply. Those who still dare to enter the gate are considered ruthless people who are not afraid of death. The gate contains incredibly strong radiation. One can say that you can't go back inside, which makes it even more dangerous and mysterious for researchers. But even with such a high mortality rate, people continue to go there, which means there must be some unusual and untapped treasure or opportunity inside that can attract even the most intrepid adventurers. James hoped that he would not become one of them, aware of the dangers and risks associated with entering such dangerous places. All instructions were detailed in the information center, and the man hoped that James would take due care to ensure his own safety while exploring the gate. To activate the protection, it was necessary to turn the key, which was randomly located on his suit. The protective field was successfully activated, and he could go to the space-time gate, ready for new discoveries and dangers. Oddly enough, they wished the guy good luck, perhaps realizing the dangers and risks that awaited him on his journey through the gate. This place looks like a space base, and he thought it would be a space station. He felt like he was inside a movie, because everything around him was so incredible and unreal. But then something surprised him very much, making him think about the nature of this place and its purpose. But apparently he began to feel something and could not understand what was happening, sensing some unusual energy or changes around him. There was a very strong cutting pain. His head was spinning, as if all the blood in his body was on fire, leaving him in a state of complete confusion and fear. Everyone present thought that he was another youth who had overestimated his strength. If his energy was weak, it was not worth going to the space-time gate, and his decisions seemed unwise and dangerous. He realized that this was the radiation force that had been spoken of, and that it was much stronger than he had expected, causing him to be more careful and attentive to his surroundings. But he feels like the radiation is about to tear his heart apart, feeling intense pressure and pain that forces him to fight for survival. At this moment, James suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt something unusual or important, which made him be more attentive and vigilant. Everyone began to worry and tell him to come back, because he could die here, emphasizing the danger and seriousness of the situation. When he came to his senses after losing consciousness, his determination only strengthened. He promised himself that in the future he would definitely achieve even greater strength and intelligence, surpassing everyone he had ever met. According to expectations, the curse did not just transform the radiation, it transformed it into something that improved his strength, enriched his capabilities, giving an indescribable feeling of freshness and renewal. According to publicly available information, as we delve deeper into the space of the stupid, the study gradually increases. but none of the experienced seekers dares to go too far, since the scale of exploration and treasure hunting is limited by the space from the entrance to the gate. The strength of the radiation he encountered at the entrance was impressive, but he quickly adapted to it, preparing for more difficult tests ahead. He felt the intensity of the radiation source much more strongly than he expected, admitting that his level of martial arts skill was still far from perfect, which made him vulnerable to this new challenge. But he did not pay attention to this, because the attraction of the possible gain was too strong, and even if he had to face difficulties, he was ready to accept them for the sake of the potential gain. He considered it his duty to achieve progress in his development, and resolutely sought to break through to the source of radiation, ready to do anything to achieve his goal. There was complete emptiness around him, and given that he had penetrated so deep, he doubted that anyone would notice his presence. Here, in this silence, my redemption will take place, my baptism of curse to restore balance in this world. It's time to show off my skills in this room of the space base, where every step can determine my fate and the success of the mission. And now, at this moment, he decided to turn off the protective field, risking everything, but relying on his knowledge and intuition. James again felt this strange radiation. It penetrated through his being, causing his heart to beat faster and his mind to be filled with incomprehensible thoughts. After turning off the protective field, a stream of radiation began to envelop him, coming into direct contact with his body. Its intensity was so high that he felt like every cell of his body was filled with energy, causing indescribable sensations. He could imagine that this strange sensation was some kind of transformation, a transformation of his essence into something new, beyond the ordinary. He was experiencing his own form of transgression. But it was something more. It was an evolution, a transformation of himself and his abilities, like the birth of a new being, ready for new challenges and paths. 3 hours later, he already felt great, having adapted to this new state, and enjoyed the process, which initially seemed incomprehensible and threatening. He felt as if a pleasant sensation was surrounding him. He was being massaged, relaxing every cell of his body and filling him with energy and well-being. He had already spent most of the day training here, and he knew that if he didn't return to the store soon, the owner would start insisting and annoying him with his requests again. He noticed that his performance improved significantly, feeling his strength, endurance, and reactions reach new levels thanks to this intense training. At that moment, James heard a noise that caught his attention, causing him to become alert and carefully examine his surroundings. As it turned out, at this moment, two people were fighting each other, their voices mixed with the noise of the collision and the sounds of fighting, causing some anxiety in James' heart. It was a guy with yellow hair who was fighting off a girl. Their clash and disagreement caught James' attention, making him think about intervening in the situation. But the girl also turned out to be no slouch, and in response to the guy's attack she began to actively counterattack, creating even more confusion and tension in this situation. James noticed that this girl was quite experienced. Her confident movements and quick reactions indicated that she was not new to such fights. Standing in front of them was Jessica, who greeted them with a question even though they didn't know each other. The guy replied that since she was asking so cordially, they could tell her, but only superficially, without going into detail. I don't want her to know who they are because it doesn't matter. All that matters is that she is the young mistress of a situation that they should respect. The guy gave the order to capture this girl and smuggle her at a good price, given her status as a valuable commodity in this turbulent world. But one of the guys did let it slip, and it seemed that they belonged to a group called Levi, which added to the seriousness and danger of this situation. And immediately after these words he received a slap in the face, truly experiencing the consequences of his misunderstanding. Jessica promised to remember the name of the group in order to use this knowledge in the future when necessary. The leader asked his partner to concentrate to avoid further problems and maintain control of the situation. The girl continued to fight her opponents, despite the confusion in her ranks, maintaining confidence and determination in her actions. The leader was sure that the girl simply underestimated the abilities of their group, and decided to use this for his own purposes, adapting to her assessment of the situation. Some light butterflies flashed in front of him, creating a short-term feeling of peace in this tense situation. He could not understand what was happening to him, anxiously examining his feelings and reactions to what was happening around him. But Jessica said their family shouldn't be underestimated either. hinting that they have their own resources and abilities that could change the course of events. And immediately after these words, the guy was struck by a powerful blow, which forced him to retreat and reassess his capabilities. After this, he realized that she was indeed from that same legendary family called Bahuan, which caused him to have a new level of caution and respect. Without experiencing firsthand what this girl's abilities are, it's really difficult to assess them, he admitted, realizing that her potential could be much higher than he thought. Jessica was ready to turn to members of the group to join forces and resolve the conflict with her family peacefully. But it was at that moment that she suddenly fell off her feet, which caused anxiety and confusion among everyone present. The guy asked if she knew why this happened, trying to understand the reason for her sudden fainting. Before she went into battle with his brother, they secretly made changes to her protective suit so that every time she uses force to attack, it quickly damages it, turning the family heiress into nothing more than a defenseless lamb. The guy who had originally had fun with her was now planning to sell her like a kebab, ignoring her real abilities and status. But at that moment, someone abruptly stopped him and told him not to touch her, showing protection towards the girl. The stranger said that she was a young and innocent girl, emphasizing her innocence and vulnerability in this situation. Jessica was clearly glad that someone had come to her aid. Her relief was clear in her eyes, and she expressed gratitude to the stranger for his intervention. Oddly enough, James appeared to them, whose appearance caused surprise and questions, but also brought a sense of relief and hope for a better development of events. The guy could understand who appeared in front of them by James' facial expression and behavior, realizing his importance and authority in this situation. So the guy asked her, agreeing to this condition. He wanted to get clarity regarding the identity of James and his role in this situation. But before he could finish speaking, the guy hit him sharply, interrupting the conversation and showing his aggression towards James. James noted that this was a very well-planned and hidden attack, which indicated a high level of experience and skill on the part of this guy. Well, when the main character tried to do something, it didn't work out, and he found himself in an awkward position, facing a strong opponent. On the contrary, he again received a blow to the face, which once again emphasized his helplessness and ineffectiveness in this situation. He, being a second-level martial artist, thought that this guy didn't even fit his nails, but he had to admit that dealing with an opponent as stubborn as this bug was not that easy. James was not ready to give up and decided to attack with his left leg, demonstrating his determination in the fight. He realized that all his defenses had failed, but James was persistent and not ready to give up so easily. James was determined and continued to fight at all costs, demonstrating his willpower and willingness to face any difficulties. He realized that he should not have said certain words, because otherwise he would not have ended up in such an unpleasant situation over and over again. He received blows over and over again, but did not give up, maintaining his determination and willpower in the fight to the end. The guy had already begun to think that he could have been sent here on purpose, realizing that his presence in this place could not be accidental. He could not understand who this James was and why he had such amazing abilities that they could resist him in this battle. James said his journey is to become someone who gains wings by expressing his desire for freedom and self-fulfillment. The guy asked his partners how long they were going to continue this masquerade game, expressing their disappointment and dissatisfaction with the current situation. They said they would no longer fall behind and would be proud of their successes, with determination and desire to achieve further achievements together. They began to use some kind of technique to attack the guy together, demonstrating synchronicity and coherence in their actions aimed at the same goal. In a split second, they all attacked him together as planned, creating a powerful and coordinated attack aimed at overcoming James' resistance. James felt a sharp pain throughout his body as his teammates struck him together, the sensation engulfing every cell of him, forcing him to fight the painful shock. A split second later, he was overcome by severe pain in the area of his heart, causing everyone to stop and pay attention to him, worried about his condition. It is not clear for what reason, but this gave him pleasure, which caused bewilderment among those around him and called into question his reaction to what was happening. If the current trend continues, his body will quickly become exhausted, suffering from constant stress, and his mental state will deteriorate to the point where even the simplest tasks will seem impossible, and hope for improvement will begin to slowly but surely fade. James, perhaps due to his natural tendency to trust or by observing them, considered them to be good people, ignoring possible questionable actions. Realizing that stopping was not an option for them, he realized the need to continue moving forward without stopping in order to achieve his goals or overcome obstacles. They decided to once again question or criticize his words, seeking to highlight their inconsistency or contradiction in their own eyes. James realized that the efforts made were not yet sufficient to achieve his goals or overcome current problems, and he needed even more effort and resources. His qualities really came through when he was under attack, stimulating him to grow and develop, making him stronger and more resilient in testing situations. While he called them complete assholes, he realized that their actions had actually helped him, even though they might have seemed puzzling or stupid to him at first. The leader stated that they would soon finish with him, likely expressing confidence in their ability to overcome him or bring his plans or efforts to completion. Right now, he could die by cutting off his head and then start playing basketball, demonstrating his crazy and cruel nature. James, using stealth tactics, responded with an attack aimed at the guy, perhaps revealing his vulnerability or an unexpected opportunity for a counterattack. Of course, his teammates immediately began to worry about their boss, concerned about his condition and the possible consequences of the attack carried out by James. James then attacked the leader once again, continuing to demonstrate his determination and persistence in fighting for his goals or protecting his interests. And then he turned his aggression towards his partners, continuing to attack them, perhaps to eliminate the threat or achieve his goals in this situation. Towards the end, he noticed that he was very bored with them, perhaps showing his dissatisfaction or disappointment in their actions or relationships. He decided to see what they had, perhaps wondering about their resources or planning to use them for his own purposes or gain. They only had 4,000, and he assumes that they don't have much on their card either, which could limit their ability or resources to move forward. It's quite small, but in order to send the girl back, he will have to take into account certain circumstances and the possible consequences of this action. As soon as everyone saw Jessica, they began to approach her, perhaps for the purpose of communication, help, or curiosity. They could not allow even the slightest mistake, as it could have serious consequences or negative effects on the current situation or their goals. He drew his righteousness and wished for good luck for her, eager to express his support and faith in her successes ahead. He decided to plunge into the radiation and become even stronger, perceiving its energy in order to strengthen his strength and self-confidence. He reiterated that he would become smarter and stronger in the future, emphasizing his ambition and confidence in his abilities and potential. Each time he becomes more muscular, gaining additional strength and endurance, which helps him achieve his goals and self-confidence. He completed 10 workouts. He felt that his body was becoming stronger and more resilient with each new day. But he suddenly began to bleed from his nose, interrupting his long training session and raising concerns about his condition. The body can no longer withstand so many tides. It was more like falling into magma, where, despite the amount of blood and energy, a person will inevitably melt. This was a sign for James that it was time for him to call it a day, recognizing that his body had reached its limit and required rest and recovery to avoid further negative consequences. Some girl was asking him to change his clothes and they wanted to remove the radiation particles from his body to prevent damage. Realizing the seriousness of the situation and trying to ensure his safety and well-being, she noted that she had a sculpted physique, perhaps expressing admiration for her physical features or their perfection. It was necessary to tell him that he also needed to remove his underwear to ensure that his body was completely cleared of radiation particles and to prevent possible damage. James wasn't sure if he really needed to remove all his clothes, perhaps doubting the need for such a drastic step or fearing the loss of his personal intimacy. James never expected that one day he would find himself in a real paradise, feeling an unusual feeling of bliss and satisfaction from his surroundings. All the girls around him admired his body, seeing him as a model of perfection and showing admiration for his physical proportions and shape. One of the girls said that she really enjoyed helping others in the morning and asked if he would mind taking a massage lesson. James said he was banned from practicing massage, possibly due to some personal or medical reasons. They were upset when he turned them down, perhaps feeling frustrated at not being able to have a massage class or losing the opportunity to enjoy his company. Then James himself could not understand why he refused, feeling a vague feeling of doubt or confusion about his decision. It is a shame that radiation testing can only be done once a week, limiting the ability to regularly monitor radiation levels and protect against exposure. As it seemed, James stood right in front of the training room and could not understand how he got there, feeling a sense of loss or confusion about his current location. His numbers immediately began to increase when around these guys, highlighting the possible impact their presence could have on his physical or emotional state. They, of course, immediately began to mock him, likely using his performance or circumstances to make fun of him or highlight his weaknesses. He said that since he was not older than them, he would like to ask them for advice, being open to their experience and wisdom. They told him to come into the gym since it was his first time and that they wouldn't teach him actual training, probably emphasizing the importance of experiencing and mastering the training process on his own. At this time, one of them hit the machine to test the strength of his punch, perhaps demonstrating his strength or provoking James into further competition or action. They suggested that James try too, perhaps inviting him to take part in their game or competition to gauge his strength and abilities. Of course, he did not refuse them, perhaps deciding to accept the challenge and demonstrate his strength and skill in striking. To his surprise, his punch was stronger than the boys', perhaps causing surprise and admiration among the others. He couldn't believe it, and thought that the equipment was broken because he wanted to see for himself, so there was a need to check it with his own eyes. James said to be careful in that case, perhaps warning the guy against being too determined or taking risks to avoid possible injury or problems. He then punched the guy who was holding the equipment, perhaps as a show of strength, or in response to a challenge or provocation. James said it was now the next guy's turn to test their strength by challenging them to enter into a competition or display of their skills and strength. But he asked to wait for him and give him time, perhaps to prepare or collect himself before taking part in the test of his strength. But James was not willing to wait and immediately began to become aggressive or disgruntled, perhaps demonstrating his impatience or disagreement with the delay. At this point, those present could not understand what had happened, feeling bewilderment or surprise at James's sudden change in mood or behavior. James again repeated the same trick as with those bullies on the street, perhaps displaying aggressive behavior or deliberately provoking the situation. But the exam is in another month, so everything will continue in the same spirit, and there should be no problems with admission, which means continued preparation without serious obstacles. James will soon become convinced of everything and perhaps even regret his behavior or decisions, realizing the consequences of his actions. Starting today, James had a dream that became his new goal or inspiration. He wants all the girls to bow at his feet, seeking worship and recognition of their greatness or attractiveness. When he entered his room, he saw someone, perhaps causing surprise or unexpected emotions. As it turned out, James was in the wrong room, which led to an awkward situation or misunderstanding. He said that was not what he wanted to say, probably realizing his mistake and trying to explain his absurd appearance in someone else's room. It is not clear for what reason, but the boss asked him if he was there to rape her, which caused him to be shocked or confused. She doesn't know how good he is in bed, highlighting the absurdity or inappropriateness of her question, as well as the inadmissibility of such assumptions in a work environment. The girl said that in that case they can start, but James froze and simply ran out of the room, perhaps in a state of panic or trying to avoid an awkward or unpleasant situation. The woman realized that he was simply not ready for this yet, realizing his lack of readiness or comfort in such a situation. Finally, she said that she would ask about it again, perhaps leaving open the possibility of discussion or rediscussion in the future. He apologized and wished her a safe journey, showing respect for the woman and a desire to defuse the tense situation. 4,000 was just enough for 4 packs of cigarettes. It's time to challenge the immune system again, emphasizing determination and intention to take on the challenge. Of course, he immediately began smoking, demonstrating his habit and, perhaps, his weakness in the face of temptation. In one of the publications, the guy said that the plan to kidnap Jessica was a failure, because someone helped her, possibly revealing the details or consequences of the unsuccessful attempt. The man said he was incapable of anything and his place was in hell, expressing doubts about his own abilities or feeling unfit. Here is a moment when James was resting and someone dialed for him, perhaps interrupting his peace or rest time. While James was resting, his mother called him, not wanting to disturb him, but had to tell him that his sister was getting married. He couldn't understand who could stand her temper, perhaps wondering at her strength or the difficulty of communicating with her. He all laughed and said that he must be the person I would become, perhaps expressing admiration or respect for the person who had mastered his sister's character. His mother yelled at him and said that he was walking home quickly, probably showing anxiety or an impulse to speed up. Her fiance told her mother not to worry and that the girl was in good hands, reassuring her and reaffirming his concern for her. Upon entering the room, James immediately said that he did not agree with this marriage, expressing his dissatisfaction or disapproval of the events. The girl said that this is her brother, and the man may not be able to chew, because he is still too young, emphasizing that her brother is still too young for such responsibilities. He spent time with his sister, watching her gradually grow up, so he has a couple of questions for his future husband, expressing his concern and interest in his sister's future well-being. James immediately asked the man's name and age, showing his interest and perhaps desire to learn more about his sister's future husband. And his name was Oscar. He was 34 years old, providing information about the name and age of his sister's future husband. James asked him to relax, since these were just casual questions, perhaps trying to relieve the tension or discomfort caused by his questions. He is the son of the owner of the factory where his sister works. He has several apartments in the complexes, as well as many cars. Today he drove a BMW. His money is enough so that his sister does not need anything, describing the financial situation of his future husband's sisters. He wondered what drew him to his sister, perhaps seeking to understand the motives or foundations of their relationship. He said that her personality and figure attracted him, emphasizing the importance of these aspects in their relationship. James did not believe the words that his sister was affectionate, expressing his doubt about this, perhaps based on his experience with her. James said that his sister didn't like his beard and asked why he didn't shave it, perhaps expressing his surprise or bewilderment at his sister's disapproval of his appearance. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he said that, unfortunately, he could not approve of their marriage, which brought them both deep disappointment and bewilderment. Oscar expressed his decision to go by emphasizing that his interest in her was not that strong, which caused some disappointment. James argued that the man had seen it all and expected exactly the same attitude towards his marriage, which caused some concern. The sister took James's hand and led him along, heading somewhere unspecified, perhaps looking for answers or support. She turned to him with curiosity and asked what he was thinking about, wanting to share her thoughts and experiences with him. James asked if she really liked him, or if she wanted to help him through his help. He does not understand the simplicity of life of ordinary people, where some factors are more important than feelings. In the end, both she and the whole family need his money. After speaking, James immediately expressed approval of their marriage, realizing that his help was needed and appreciated. The sister couldn't believe it was true. She was stunned by such a quick and positive response from James. As an apology, he offered the men a walk, trying to restore trust and create a pleasant atmosphere after the misunderstanding. To James' surprise, he took him to a foot massage center, offering an unusual and relaxing experience for both of them. When they arrived, a man immediately recognized Oscar, perhaps from past encounters or due to his fame. He said he had been there in the past with some clients, pointing to his previous visits and connections to the place. Oscar asked the man to stop talking, clarifying that this was his fiance's brother, and he almost ruined everything with his conversations. In addition, he noted that they were new here, indicating that they should be careful with the information that could be spread. Oscar immediately began to imagine what it would look like, imagining a scenario in his head with our participation. His mental expression changed dramatically, reflecting his inner feelings or reaction to what was happening. But he advised the man to forget about it, considering that today was not the right time to discuss such things. One stupid word is enough for just a few moments to lose trust in creatures. Oscar noted that their main goal today is to make his brother happy, which emphasizes the importance of a positive attitude. And at that moment 3 girls approached them, adding some excitement and interest to the events. James didn't mind having a drink with one of the girls, but he couldn't figure out where the alcohol was, feeling a little confused. At the same time, his characteristics were also enhanced by alcohol consumption, adding interest and liveliness to the environment. All the girls persistently invited James to join them and have a fun drink in their company. They couldn't understand why James wasn't drunk yet. The beauties were so close, but couldn't touch him, and it gave him a feeling of impatience that he hadn't felt in a long time. He gave him another 30,000 for drinks, thinking it would help create a more relaxed atmosphere and make the evening even more fun. James had almost had enough fun, enjoying moments of joy and freedom in the company of new friends, and after that, he completely switched off, indulging in a feeling of carelessness and losing control over his actions. Oscar then announced that he was going to the girls, perhaps seeking further communication or just for fun. Well, as it turned out, James' phone was filming them at that time, which caused some surprise or displeasure. Oscar was arrested for distributing pornographic materials, which caused shock and bewilderment among his friends. When James arrived, he was very tired, apparently having spent a long time in a very tense environment. The boss reported that his problems with the school had been resolved, which brought him relief and confidence in the future. James was interested in where he was going, perhaps eager to find out what lay ahead, but she asked if he would like to think about payment first, which got him thinking about the financial aspects. James was happy because she had hinted at paying him, which helped him understand that she was interested in his services. The inventory is completed and 14 packs of cigarettes are received, which is a positive result for the business. James wished the driver a safe journey, being polite and friendly in his communication. 3 strangers were discussing James at this moment, causing him some curiosity and concern about the content of their conversation. They appeared from the alley and told the guy to stand still, which made James a little worried and confused about their intentions. They introduced themselves as Matt's assassination team, causing James to feel nervous and apprehensive about the unexpected turn of events. In the secret realm, their kidnapping plan failed and left their brother crippled, leaving James resentful and furious. One of them suggested just going to a tobacco shop and getting it over with, which left James shocked and horrified at such a radical idea. But they were ordered to leave James alive, which left him relieved and somewhat curious as to the reasons for their decision. The guy could not understand what he needed to do at this moment, feeling mixed feelings and indecision in the face of an unforeseen situation. They were surprised because they realized that he had been eavesdropping on their secrets, causing them to feel dissatisfied and distrustful of James. Of course, James was surprised by this turn of events, because he did not expect to face such danger and betrayal. He was in a panic when he learned that they wanted to castrate him, feeling fear and despair at the threat of losing something so valuable. Despite this, they immediately began to attack him, adding to the panic and fear a sense of imminent danger and helplessness. It turns out that they were seriously mistaken about his rank in martial arts, because he was at the peak of his skill, which caused them to underestimate his abilities and underestimate the level of danger. They simply could not understand what level he was on, because there was not a drop of hatred in him, but despite this, he still beat them, which caused them to be surprised and panic. It turns out that he is a level 8, and it is not surprising that the organization is looking to get rid of him, given his high skills and potential danger to them. One of the guys could not understand where a person with an 8th rank even came from, which made him embarrassed and bewildered by his incredible abilities. James must be fooling him, the guy thought, not believing in his real skills and abilities. Even if he died here today, he would never betray his boss, the guy argued, showing loyalty and devotion to his leadership. But in 2023, it became one of the top high-quality charitable organizations across the country whose goal is to develop and support the heiress of the Jessica family. Their organization even became one of the shareholders of the Secret Kingdom 341B. Their company is very famous, and he didn't think they were doing such things. He had better follow them to the company obediently. It would give him more security and peace of mind. Even if he can save himself, he will not leave his sister and mother just like that, showing his willingness to protect them at any cost. The company is quite capable of making one family of 3 disappear from the face of the earth without a trace, which makes James worried about the safety of his family. James couldn't believe that this was really happening to him, because the situation seemed too incredible and incomprehensible to him. At this moment, at the station, one of the police officers reported that something unexpected had happened outside, forcing everyone inside to tense up and be prepared for possible consequences. James once again repeated his legendary trick of tying his opponents to a post, demonstrating his skill and superiority over his opponents. A voice recorder was attached to them, on which it was recorded that the plan to kidnap and sell the heiress in the secret kingdom was destroyed, and there were also reports of casualties among their people, which caused bewilderment and concern. James didn't expect to get into such trouble, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected circumstances. It is necessary to take action and get rid of the company, because no one has the right to threaten his family, so James decides to act quickly and decisively. First, he decided to use the money obtained in the secret kingdom, as well as tens of thousands that were given by his sister's ex-fiancé. James came to the pawn shop, deciding to invest in valuable items or get a loan for them to ensure the safety of his family. The guy, looking at the list, turned to the seller with a question about the availability of the items he needed, wondering if it was possible to purchase everything listed on his list in this store. The woman, looking at the main character's list, was amazed at its variety and unexpected items included in it. Don't question the availability of a product until you have the necessary passes to access the black market, where almost anything can be found. The boss was given information that 3 people sent to detain James were at the police station, which caused confusion and anxiety in his team. He is aware of everything that happened and is confident that he will find the right people who can resolve this situation without unnecessary problems. They were just trash, unable to cope with even one guy, which only confirmed their worthlessness and uselessness in the eyes of others. Have them contact a second-rank mercenary and send him after the family to resolve this issue once and for all. They brought a bottle of wine to the boss and confidently asked him to try it, wanting to know his opinion about the quality of the drink. The aroma of the wine turned out to be quite subtle and soft, which, in the opinion of those who brought it, deserved this wine to have status and recognition. In addition to its exceptional taste, this wine also lowers cholesterol levels, and while drinking it, it seems to be the natural blood of haters, which gives it an additional mysterious charm. Some guy will not be able to stop him from carrying out his plan to catch the girls, since his strategy and preparation for the task are so perfect that even the most persistent enemy will not be able to foil his plans. At that moment, the man felt something incomprehensible, a premonition that forced him to carefully turn to his surroundings. He couldn't understand why he suddenly felt such a disgusting taste that penetrated his mouth, forcing him to search for the cause of this strange sensation. The guy apologized to the boss and assured him that he would look into the whole situation, promising to find out the reasons for the problem. And it was at that moment that someone unexpectedly appeared to them, attracting the attention of everyone present and suddenly changing the course of events. No one present could figure out who this mysterious person who appeared was, causing concern and curiosity among everyone present. The silhouette of a guy stood in front of him, and he, showing his power, asked what was the matter, beaming with confidence and authority. James asked if he liked the urine, showing interest in his impressions and assessment of the drink. The guy, who could not be persuaded for a long time, came to their door himself, causing surprise and interest in his change of mind. Since they had been looking for him, he was now at their service, offering his help or cooperation, which gave them hope and relief. James asked again if it was delicious, showing interest in his satisfaction and wanting to make sure everything was to his taste. The man could not understand how he had counterfeited the elite red wine, feeling mixed feelings of surprise and respect for his skill. Of course, everyone immediately rushed at the guy to grab him, showing determination and speed of action. But James used some kind of gas spray, which caused surprise and an unexpected turn of events. The man could not believe that he actually used a gas canister with such abilities, and even defended himself from the girl, causing surprise and respect for his courage. As it turned out, it was an unusual and very good gas cylinder, because it cost $5,000, which caused surprise and admiration for its value and effectiveness. For some unknown reason, James decided to use it on himself, raising eyebrows and questions about his motivation and determination. Of course, his performance improved and he decided to start with determination and confidence in his abilities. The man was sure that this guy had problems with his head. There was a ray of light in his gaze, but the words sounded like the ringing of bells, foreshadowing a mysterious anxiety that was ready to break out at any moment. But everyone present didn't care about this, and they immediately began to attack him. As if disregarding the consequences, the flaring emotions made them forget about caution. James called their movement very slow, time slowed down, they swam along the stream of infinity, getting lost in its bottomless waters. He really dealt with them very easily, playing with dolls controlled by invisible threads, masterfully arranging each move on the chessboard of life. He noticed that these first-level workers were very easy to retire, their grandson to retire. Their skills and experience seemed outdated and inapplicable in the modern world. The men could not believe that a simple high school student dealt with his guards so easily. They were just toy soldiers in his hands, carrying out his will. This question is easy to answer because he is a good person whose actions and intentions have always reflected a sincere desire to help and support others in difficult times. Jackson was truly a good man, for his intentions were pure and noble, a source of light and warmth that warmed those around him with his good influence. The man in front of him was truly a bad person. His gaze expressed anger, and his actions showed indifference to the suffering of others. Finally, he said that there would be a high price to pay for killing him, a warning sounding from the lips of an ominous prophet, hinting at the inevitable consequences for anyone who dared attack him. Well, something doesn't go according to plan and James is stopped. A sudden plot twist that interrupts his path and forces him to reconsider his next steps. He could not understand who it was. Confused, he finished off everyone who got in the way of obstacles, leaving not a single chance to survive. The man was glad that he came, because it confirmed that the money had not been spent in vain, an investment that justifies its existence with its first success. It was a man named Chris with the third rank of arts, a great master whose name would become a legend in history, laying the foundations of a new era in art. James couldn't understand where he had come from and decided to end him quickly. A threat coming out of nowhere had to be dealt with immediately and mercilessly. But he started to enjoy it instead of ending it right away. And then he could not stand on his feet at all and fell. An insurmountable weakness took over his body, leaving him without strength and support. The man said that he is doing a great job. This year he is receiving many bonuses, confirming the successful performance of his duties and rejoicing at the awards he has earned. He was quite brave, allowing himself to come into the company alone, testing the limits of his courage and willingness to face challenges. The man asked James to stop fantasizing about being able to change him, hinting at the futility of trying to influence his beliefs and character. A surprise attack is good, the only problem is that the difference in strength between them is too great. A fighter with a sword versus an armed knight. The man was glad that everything was going according to his plan. Every step he took brought the desired result, strengthening his confidence in a successful outcome. He asked to hold the guy while he himself prepared to shoot him, harboring sinister intentions and preparing for decisive action. Suddenly, James pulled out a grenade and warned that if anyone made another move, not everyone would remain unharmed. Of course, they did not believe that he would have the courage to do this, doubting his ability to make such a decision and act decisively. But they were sadly mistaken, because he really let go of the pin, showing unexpected willpower and determination that forced them to reconsider their ideas about him. Well, as it turned out, it was a flash bomb, and nothing more. Disappointment after expecting something more serious or dangerous. James was glad that he managed to deceive them. Achieving this goal brought him not only satisfaction, but also a feeling of superiority. It turns out that even a person with the third rank is afraid of flash bombs, highlighting the fact that such weapons can cause anxiety and worry even in experienced fighters. The boss noticed that James had been working very hard lately at the tobacco store, which had helped her a lot. His diligence brought immediate results and a positive impact on the work. She has decided to make a scrambled egg dish for dinner and thinks he will really like it, trying to please his tastes and create a pleasant impression. Chris felt indescribable pain from the guy's attack. Each blow was a blow to his own body, leaving deep marks in his soul. He hated it, and said he didn't want to be a woman, expressing his determination to fight and not give in to weakness. But James was unshakable, and he continued to behave the same way. His determination knew no bounds and was not influenced by those around him. The man spent so much money, but in the end he paid only with failure. His investments did not bring the desired success, leaving only disappointment and emptiness. He longed for James's death, even resorting to threats against his family, and in this case, the only way out seemed to be his death in order to protect himself and his loved ones from danger. Their plan was only to talk to his family. No one was going to do anything. He admits his mistake and hopes that James will give him a chance to improve. The guy at that moment thought about the man's words. Each of them contained a grain of truth, which he should carefully weigh and take into account in his decision. But James hoped that in the future he would give up thoughts of evil deeds, striving to cleanse his mind and heart of dark and dubious ideas in order to find peace and harmony within himself. The man said that today was a difficult day, loss, humiliation, hatred. He assured that all this would come back to him in full, anticipating the inevitable karmic return for his actions. He planned to feed his family the dog tomorrow, intending to punish them for what they had done using cruel and animalistic methods. But James suddenly changed his mind and threw a grenade at the man, a sudden reaction to his threats and cruel intentions, turning into the embodiment of revenge and justice. Of course, he immediately realized that it was not a flash bomb, and he needed to run away. The instinct of self-preservation suddenly took over, telling him that danger would overtake him at any moment. In his opinion, one of the smartest decisions was to jump from the house, a choice that ensured survival and escape from danger. He finally said that he couldn't be killed that easily, emphasizing his endurance and determination to face any threats that might be thrown his way. And then began his fall from the 33rd floor, a cruel fate that inevitably awaited him after his perfect decision. The man, apparently, really went too far and did not want this, realizing that his action would lead to irreversible consequences that he did not want. James thought he was an idiot and couldn't understand how he could be the boss of the company. Only an idiot could afford to humiliate the girl's family in such a situation. As it turns out, he just threw a $10 plastic toy grenade at him, expressing his rage and contempt in a futile gesture that caused more surprise than threat. The boss said that there were still 10 days left before the entrance exams, emphasizing the onset of the decisive stage and reminding them of the need to prepare for it. James believed that he should not have any problems, believing in his own abilities and readiness to cope with any challenges that might come his way. At that moment, somehow, the girl spilled something hot on herself, an accident that interrupted routine and suddenly changed the course of events. It really hurt her. The fire touching her skin was causing her physical agony. James said she simply wiped it away, not paying attention to how she felt or the suffering she might be experiencing. She offered to make a bet that if he could enroll, she would help him lose his virginity, using this as motivation for him to achieve his goals. James told her to forget that gambling was a SOS idea since he was still learning, warning her not to be foolish in wanting to help him. She offered to help him find some beauty, trying to support him on the path to liberation from virginity, and sincerely wanting his happiness. Since the stake was not that great, he decided to agree, deciding to take advantage of the offer that could lead to the desired outcome without much effort. But she said that this beauty was herself, made him laugh and made him reconsider his decision. In this case, the idea was not very good for him. The proposal lost its appeal and became unattractive. But she really wanted James to at least go out with her, eager to spend time together and strengthen their bond. She had never dared to come here before, for the first time overcoming her fears and doubts for the sake of something important. The place reminded me of many things, awakening in my memory some important events or emotions associated with the past. At the entrance stage, they did not yet know each other. They entered the same institution, studied the same subjects, and were very similar. Fate brought them together again and again, pointing to their common paths and goals. They were destined to grow old together. Fate predetermined their common future, filling their relationship with confidence in a long and happy life together. If he had stayed alive, their plans would have come true without any problems. Thinking about a potential future, they would see their children also dreaming of school and then university, continuing the vicious circle of family ambitions and aspirations. The boss's relationship with him as a son conditioned her to help, so he also felt that he had to do his part by helping her in return. Promising not to let her down, he insisted that he would overcome all obstacles by passing tests and doing well, demonstrating his devotion and determination. In his presence, she instantly began to cry, pouring out her emotions, perhaps opening up and trusting him with her inner feelings and weaknesses. James reassured her, telling her that she shouldn't worry because he would take care of her, promising to support and protect her no matter what. He assured her that he would take care of her as he takes care of his own mother, promising to be her support and protector in all situations. She suggested going to one place and having a good time relaxing there to find peace and tranquility, supporting the idea of taking time for yourself and your well-being. She said that he was already an adult, and it was time to experience all the delights of life, pushing him to new experiences and adventures that could open up a world of possibilities for him. The man noticed that James had not visited them for a long time and asked how he was going to have fun today, showing interest in his plans and mood. Of course, James immediately began to claim that they did not know each other, perhaps trying to avoid a conversation or an unpleasant situation. The man noticed that James had completely forgotten himself, and realized that his plans had failed, realizing that he had been exposed. The woman immediately began to wonder what was going on, showing attention and a desire to help in solving the problem or misunderstanding that had arisen. James, known as an honest guy, asked in surprise whether he could go to such places, expressing his bewilderment and displeasure at the assumption of his presence there. And at that moment the girls appeared and also began calling him brother, adding a new element to the confusing situation and possibly increasing his embarrassment. The woman showed slight rage upon learning that 4 girls also knew him, expressing her dissatisfaction and, perhaps, bewilderment regarding his connections and communication with other women. Everyone immediately started complaining that they had to go about their business, creating an atmosphere of tension and haste, perhaps breaking up the awkward situation and directing attention to other worries and responsibilities. James said he didn't come here on his own, he just wanted to train. The guy immediately started running away from his boss, perhaps afraid of a negative reaction or trying to avoid confrontation. The animals gathered in a circle, and the girl thought that they might not have enough time and opportunities left, realizing the onset of a critical period or moment of truth. The guy suggested returning and reporting everything, understanding the importance of honesty and responsibility to his boss and colleagues. Alexa said the most important thing is to spread the news about the beasts, emphasizing the need to inform others about what is happening and perhaps seeking to mobilize public opinion or support. The true end of a warrior should be a battle, so it was believed, because in battle there was a manifestation of his strength, skill and dedication, which determined his true purpose. This can reduce the likelihood of success during a breakthrough, as the warrior's attention will be diverted from strategic moments on the battlefield. The guy told her to get out, run and save herself, emphasizing the need for quick evacuation and safety in this situation. She also said that humanity would remember his sacrifice, perhaps by expressing gratitude and respect for his sacrifice or a desire to preserve his memory. Then, in some magical way, she began to fly away, obeying an inexplicable force or spell, leaving behind a mystery and surprise. She ensured her safe escape from the monsters by strategically planning her escape and skillfully avoiding danger, demonstrating her courage and ingenuity. The guy only managed to say goodbye to her one last time, conveying his last words of farewell on the eve of their temporary separation, perhaps experiencing mixed feelings and hoping for a future meeting. He realized that he was just bait, and the girl set him up, disappointed by the discovery that his trust had been misused. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city will be grateful to him, because his deeds or sacrifices will benefit them or protect them from danger, causing admiration and gratitude in society. Some man couldn't understand how Alexa's team could simply disappear into the city, puzzled and surprised by this sudden disappearance, perhaps searching for an explanation or suspecting ulterior motives. The man was not alone, but was in a huge hall, where there were many people, surrounded by a crowd in which he was lost. 4 days later, 3 bodies were found, an event that caused shock and alarm in the community, and severely impacted public safety. And just at that moment a girl appeared to them, perhaps bringing with her key information or evidence that could help solve the mystery of the mysterious deaths. They could not understand where it came from and why there was so much blood on it, stunned and alarmed by this unexpected and frightening discovery, which raised even more questions and mysteries. Their team's mission was to investigate strange beasts outside the city. Except for her, the other 3 were dead, leaving the team in shock and confusion as they tried to unravel the mysterious tragedy. They all died under the influx of these beasts when faced with the force of their attack, causing a catastrophic outcome for the entire team. And their goals are indicated by their city. Perhaps they sought to protect it from a threat or solve a mystery that could threaten its safety. Her team ventured into a dangerous area without obtaining enough valuable information such as the size of the beasts, their direction, the speed of movement, and the distribution of the race's forces, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. The man needed to sound the alarm throughout the city, because it is important to be prepared to defend yourself and your city from the threat, necessitating the mobilization of public protection. James must admit that the girl's posture is simply perfect, emphasizing her elegance and grace, which attracts attention and arouses admiration. He feels sorry for her being harmed by a bear while being bombarded by explosions on the battlefield, causing him deep feelings of compassion and concern. The woman asked how they liked her singing, showing interest in their impression of the performance. James recalled the wisdom that success depends not only on talent, but also on hard work, reflecting his reflections on the importance of hard work. They were seized with fear from her gaze, which reminded them of something terrible or threatening, causing discontent or anxiety. They realized that the city was on alert when they saw military and police on the streets and heard alarms. James could understand what this meant, probably due to his experience, or knowledge of the political situation or other factors that could tell him about possible threats or tensions in the city. As soon as the animals appear in the city, the situation will become dangerous, and meeting them does not promise to be pleasant. The woman told him that he needed to leave immediately, perhaps warning him of possible danger or a need for safety. This is a kind of evacuation designed to warn people of danger and prepare them for possible departure from the risk zone. We asked everyone to stay home and not go out to save the more vulnerable part of the population, emphasizing the importance of staying safe and taking precautions in the face of a threat. Some father told his daughter to sit down first, and he and her mother would go later, showing care and attention to the girl, giving her safety special importance. Warriors above the first rank should prepare their weapons and equipment, head to the eastern wall and prepare to defend themselves as they need to buy time, emphasizing the importance of mobilization and readiness to fight. The woman asked why James was standing and not fleeing, expressing concern and a desire to convince him of the importance of acting quickly in the face of a threat. She said she would take him to safety, expressing her willingness to help and concern for his well-being in a difficult situation. The woman heads to the eastern wall, demonstrating her readiness to protect and participate in the defense of the city. All high-ranking warriors must participate in the resistance. James was just traveling with that same girl. The guy suddenly stopped and said that he needed to call his mother. He had an urgent need to contact her, perhaps to convey important information, share news, or just talk. He expressed confidence that everything would be fine and tried to reassure the interlocutor. In his words, he tried to convey the idea that there was no need to worry, since he believed in a positive outcome of the situation. His sister went to look for him, expressing her concern. He was in shock and could not believe that the girl really came out on her own. This caused him surprise and some bewilderment, since he did not expect that she would make such a decision and go in search of him. Suddenly a backpack flew towards him, causing surprise and a desire to investigate its origin and contents. She was surprised that he didn't even pack his things and asked what he was doing. By the way, there was a Spurbank book in the bag, and she brought several products that may not be useful during the evacuation. Everything was as he expected. The situation turned out to be really cruel, but he understood that he had to continue to live and cope with it. She said that her mother was waiting for her at home and it was time for her to go. This indicated that she had duties and responsibilities that required her presence at home. She decided to end the current situation and go home to fulfill her duties. The guy was faced with a difficult choice: to stay with his family and wait for death, or to remain alone and start a new life. But he realized that he could not do this, because for him there was no point in living without his close relatives. Indeed, one should not destroy a city, especially if it did not cause harm or is not the target. The East City Gate required all warriors above rank 1 to register. As James observed the people carefully, he realized that they did not seem ready to face danger or accept the risk of dying. In fact, the fear of death can be seen as a manifestation of selfishness, one of the most striking human negative qualities. But they understood that if they did not fight the animals, they risked dying. Gradually, the girl began to lose touch with reality and her behavior became unpredictable and illogical. She exhibited strange and inexplicable behavior, and her speech became incoherent and incomprehensible. She stated that if they were to die, she would kill James first, a statement that reflected her negative emotions and loss of sanity, as she threatened another person's life during moments of mental distress. On the contrary, he said that he liked such fighting girls. She was physically and emotionally weak, and his presence made him feel disgusted and sick. Those who sit at home and await their death also want to live. If everyone thinks only of themselves, humanity will face extinction. They need to realize that they need to strive for a different outcome than death. Some man declared that the city was their home, and therefore they should be ready to defend it with force and sacrifice. They are ready to fight not only for their city, but also for the good of all people, for the future of humanity. The man confidently ordered him to attack the monsters, emphasizing the importance of the battle and the need for victory to protect the city and all its inhabitants. They were fully prepared to begin the confrontation and enter the battle with complete determination. James received a penalty in the form of damaged eardrums from the event. With an instant reaction, the warriors immediately rushed into battle with the monsters, demonstrating their courage and determination. Their weapons flashed in their hands, and they boldly attacked their opponents, knowing no fear. He decided to find the boss and was stunned by the sight of the battlefield, for his heart even sank in surprise. Some man warned the guy that there are very dangerous animals ahead, and he believes that it is better for him not to interfere in this situation. But James replied that the man talked too much, and he would not let fear stop him from taking on the beasts. He was right, because wastefulness is indeed a strange kind of atrocity. He advised him not to fight alone as it was too dangerous. Despite the warnings, James decided to ignore the advice and not retreat. He decided to fight the monsters that threatened the city, despite the dangers and risks. Every monster James encountered was easily and quickly dealt with, his skills and strength allowing him to defeat his opponents without difficulty. He looked for the boss all day, but could not find her. Perhaps she did not come to the walls or was busy with other things. James suddenly sensed a hidden attack and realized that it was quite dangerous. He looked around carefully, listening to the surrounding sounds and focusing on the potential threat. A girl of second rank appeared before him, with sharp features reminiscent of a silk knife. This girl, who turned out to be a traitor, killed so many of James' comrades. Her fighting skills were ruthless and deadly, and she mercilessly eliminated anyone who stood in her way. The situation presented contains violence and cruelty, and I cannot describe it further. If you have other questions or topics to discuss, I will be happy to help. James said again that her breath stinks. James realized with horror that he was trapped in her web and could not cope with it. Each attempt to free himself only led to the fact that the web was pulled tighter, capturing him even more tightly. James realized that the more he struggled with the threads of the web, the tighter they became and the less he managed to escape from them. The web seemed incomprehensibly strong and elastic, not giving him freedom. James, suddenly changing his attitude towards the web, said that it was very strong, and he did not even want to try to get out. He realized that the web could be not only a trap, but also a shelter from danger that could be outside its boundaries. She considered him a pervert, and expressed her disapproval by saying that he was measuring. It turned out that this was James's plan all along, deliberately causing a negative reaction in his opponent to distract his attention and create a false sense of confidence. She was proven wrong and lost as a result. Believing that the final victory would be hers, she underestimated James' strength and determination. James turned around and noticed the enemy behind him. James was puzzled and could not understand what was happening. He was confused and felt confused by the unexpected and incomprehensible event. In front of him, in the open clearing, huge rank 5 poisonous monsters towered, ready to attack, giving him an animalistic feeling of fear and uncertainty before the inevitable test. The man wasted no time in giving the order to open fire on them, demonstrating his determination and readiness to face danger. Of course, this was a solution that really helped in the fight against monsters, strengthening their confidence and creating the necessary advantage in the fight. Well, as it turned out, the monsters turned out to be alive after this attack, which caused bewilderment and disappointment, because it was expected that their strength would be overcome in this battle. In addition, their wounds immediately healed, adding to the mystery of their strength and raising new questions about the nature of these monsters. One of the warriors, overcome by despair, believed that this was the end and everything was lost, not seeing the possibility of continuing the fight. One of the monsters, despite his wounds, was ready to attack them again, demonstrating his endurance and aggressiveness. Then, suddenly, he began to spit some kind of green substance, creating a new threat and forcing the warriors to face another unexpected challenge. They shouted at James to run and hide, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to respond quickly to the threat. The leader of the monsters was already here, and the guys still believed that this was the end and that their fearless squad had come to an end, faced with such a powerful and dangerous threat. James had a bad feeling about this whole situation, an ominous sign of impending danger and unpredictability of events. He couldn't believe it. He hoped his boss wasn't in mortal danger, but there were still people who bravely fought monsters, demonstrating determination and courage in the fight for their lives and the safety of others. And the boss was one of them, showing outstanding courage and leadership qualities at the most decisive moment of the battle. She was truly skilled with weapons, displaying skills and experience that made her not only a leader, but also a reliable defender of her squad. Little by little, they began to gain victories over the monsters, gradually turning the tide of the battle in their favor and demonstrating the strength and endurance of the human spirit. The Suicide Squad was surrounded, and it became increasingly difficult to hold back the advance of the monsters, every minute bringing new challenges and tests of their endurance and determination. Just when it seemed that the moment of separation had arrived, another monster appeared to the boss, adding a new element of danger and challenge to the already tense situation. After this monster killed her husband, she desperately searched for any news about him, and in the end, he himself came to her, becoming the object of her determination and revenge. She was glad, because finally today she would deal with the one who brought so much suffering to her and her family. The boss is ready to finish him off here and now, experiencing an irreconcilable desire to put an end to the source of her pain forever. James was glad that he was able to find a woman who could protect them from the threat so decisively and effectively, which gave him confidence in his team and an appreciation for her leadership skills. The man continued to dissuade him, claiming that it was imminent death, but James remained persistent in his confidence in his boss and in their ability to overcome difficulties. He was right, but James was a man who did not give up easily, distinguished by tenacity and determination in the fight for his beliefs. Therefore, he did not intend to turn back until he reached the southern wall, demonstrating his determination and willingness to overcome any obstacles in his path. The boss strangely continued to fight the same beast, causing James some concern and bewilderment regarding her behavior. She asked him to taste and feel the energy emanating from her body, causing James to be somewhat puzzled and confused about her unusual proposal. This truly caused discomfort to the monster, leaving him bewildered and uncertain about the nature of this unusual situation. The monster truly turned out to be invincible, causing everyone present to feel helpless before its immense strength and endurance. Oddly enough, he had pronounced self-healing and regenerative abilities, which gave him an additional advantage in battle and made him an even more dangerous opponent. But the woman could not understand how he managed to achieve such outstanding abilities for self-healing and regeneration, which caused her a feeling of mystery and bewilderment. She began to apologize to her husband and say that she had failed, admitting her weakness in the face of the monster's strength and her impossible resistance. She had already resigned herself. Everything was fine, so if someone wants to help, this should not be done, since she decided to accept her fate as inevitable. She was ready to die and meet her husband, preparing to end her journey with a sense of calm and acceptance of her fate. James appeared to them and asked if she had given up yet, expressing his concern for her condition and his willingness to help in a difficult situation. The monster moved quickly, and the guy did not have time to take cover. He was facing an imminent danger that required instant action. Now all he can do is take some risks, realizing that this may be the only way to avoid imminent danger and save himself. It is unclear what happened to the guy, but something happened, causing concern and anxiety among the others. But still, he was able to survive and save his boss, demonstrating high survival skills and dedication to his squad. It's good that he took the risk, but now it would be better to get away, because, fortunately, the blow was not fatal, otherwise he would have already been a corpse. The woman immediately asked him to show her his wounds, showing concern and willingness to assist in treatment. But at that moment her attention flew somewhere into the distance, distracting her from caring about the guy's wounds and the possible danger around. James immediately pulled out his gun and began shooting, acting quickly and decisively in response to the threat. He asked her not to worry and explained that they would use the beast as a barrier to prevent the boss from going further. The animals are his subordinates, so he will not harm them, James explained, reassuring her and emphasizing the reliability of this plan. And they needed to move towards the city wall, he added, guiding them forward to a new goal and reminding them of the urgency of the task. It was at this point that the woman noticed something and turned to James, drawing his attention to a possible new development. She couldn't understand why there was no mention of the monsters' fighting skills, wondering what might be hidden from them. But these monsters do not care at all about the lives of their comrades, she noted, emphasizing the creatures' ruthlessness and indifference to the fate of others. Well, so far, James had managed to dodge his attacks while remaining alert and proficient in combat. James realized that his Duel was just what was needed as their stats increased, realizing that this could be the key to their victory in this fight. But unfortunately, he managed to grab the woman's leg with his tongue, creating a new threat and causing the others to panic. And then everything practically pulled him towards himself, creating a situation where resistance became practically useless. Unfortunately, it was able to land directly on James, putting his life in danger and alarming everyone else. He was in incredible pain from this, and his screams pierced the air, filling the atmosphere with fear and anxiety for his well-being. The woman could not understand why he was doing this, puzzled by his aggressive behavior and desire to cause harm. But, as it turned out, he covered the woman with his body, demonstrating his protective nature and willingness to sacrifice himself for her safety. She asked how he could now repay him for this act, expressing her gratitude and desire to provide mutual assistance. He asked if she could take him to the entertainment complex, trying to make the situation a little easier and more enjoyable. And then he completely used all his energy, trying to protect them from further attacks and survive in this dangerous situation. This is exactly what she needed, because poison cannot kill him, emphasizing her gratitude for his protection and expressing confidence in his reliability. In animal language, the monsters ordered each other to grab James, increasing his dangerous situation and threatening his life. They were immediately surrounded by everyone, preventing James and his allies from being in a safe place, and creating pressure from different sides. And then everyone began to attack, creating chaos and panic among James and his allies, who were completely surrounded and helpless against the onslaught of monsters. Well, then some kind of luminous dome began to appear around the couple, causing surprise and hope for salvation in this chaos of the battle. James's eyes suddenly lit up with a yellow glow, giving him a mysterious and powerful appearance, causing fear and respect among the monsters. Unwilling to wait a second, the monster immediately began to attack the guy, demonstrating his rage and thirst for destruction. But after a split second he regretted it, because his head was immediately cut off, leaving him without protection and the ability to attack. Still, his condition deteriorates noticeably during the breakthrough, and the body's capabilities go beyond what is available, leaving James in a state of extreme exhaustion and worry about his future. Fortunately, the woman was able to grab James in time, providing him with support and helping to keep him safe during this dangerous moment. She sincerely thanked him for his help in getting revenge, assuring him that if necessary, she would not hesitate to save him, even if it required sacrificing her own valuable life. Despite this, the continuous attacks of monsters on the city led to increased tension and danger for its inhabitants. It is estimated that the mortality rate among warriors will reach 90%, and this is expected to happen in the near future. The man firmly stated that he was ready to fight until his last breath, despite any difficulties and dangers. He asked the guy if he doubted his loyalty or ability to cope with the task assigned to him. But to their surprise, the animals abruptly changed the direction of movement, leaving them in a state of complete misunderstanding and surprise. And then the man said that the city was saved thanks to an unexpected turn of events, bringing relief and hope for a better future to everyone. One of the guys suggested that someone from outside probably intervened in this situation, probably playing a key role in saving the city. They made this decision, and everything went well, but the man realized that he bears full responsibility for what happened, regardless of the outcome. He stated that all those killed would be on his conscience, realizing the full extent of responsibility for every loss in this conflict. When James opened his eyes, he was amazed that he was alive, suddenly realizing that death had passed him by. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by 3 nurses, ready to provide him with help and support after his unexpected awakening. He wondered if the city remained safe and sound, and at that moment he fully realized that he was still alive and returning to reality after his experience. He ordered the sisters to stop harassing him, insisting that he had no intention of taking any medication despite their insistence. As it turned out, His boss was also in the hospital, which caused him surprise and some anxiety. Her energy was too depleted, causing her to slip into a coma, requiring immediate treatment or else her brain cells would begin to deteriorate. The doctor said that the cost of the operation would be $400,000, which caused concern and anxiety among everyone present, since it was a significant amount. He understood his reaction, but explained that in order to save her, it was necessary to see the energy of other warriors for 10 hours in order to prepare for a difficult procedure. James stated that in this case it would be better for him to begin this process as soon as possible so that there is enough time to prepare and carry out the operation. First, they need to go down and pay for the operation, and then contact the government for possible financial support or assistance in this matter. Due to the curse, his energy will not be depleted, making him the most suitable person to save her life, realizing that he has the necessary abilities and strength to overcome this challenge. He declared with great readiness that he was ready to go to any lengths for her healing, completely devoting himself to this noble goal. Waking up, the girl felt warmth enveloping her body, which led to a feeling of comfort and safety. She also felt a pleasant pleasure that filled her heart and gave her the joy of awakening. She just couldn't understand who took off her clothes, experiencing mixed feelings of curiosity and some anxiety. She couldn't understand how James had ordered VIP service with his disfigured face, feeling a sudden sense of surprise and bewilderment. He asked if she really didn't remember anything, urging her to concentrate and remember at least something of what happened. But he begged her to forget everything, because he did not want her to bear responsibility for what happened, trying to ease her burden and mitigate possible negative consequences. The woman could not believe that she had actually done this, experiencing mixed feelings of surprise, bewilderment, and even some annoyance at herself. She asked again if she had really done this, wanting confirmation or refutation of her doubts and confusion. She apologized and admitted that she just wanted to taste the young man, feeling mixed feelings of shame and uncertainty about her actions. James couldn't imagine her being capable of such a thing, responding only by sharing his energy while remaining calm and composed. She asked if he was really funny, hoping for an honest answer and understanding of his reaction to her words. He realized his mistake and assured her that he would not bully her again, showing sincere regret and determination to change his behavior. The woman was going to change clothes, so it was better for the guy not to come in so as not to violate her personal space and privacy. He noted that girls are very complex creatures, recognizing their uniqueness and unpredictability in behavior and emotions. He was busy treating his boss, so he didn't even contact his sister or mother, but he was still interested in how things were in the city, left to the mercy of fate. At this time, the mother tried with maximum effort to find her son, feeling impeccable devotion and unceasing care for him. The sister reassured her in every possible way, trying to support and console her at a difficult moment, showing care and sympathy for her mother's anxiety. Just at that moment, James appeared to them, bringing hope and relief into their lives, causing mixed feelings of surprise and relief. The sister reported that he scared her to death, and they did not think that he would be transferred to another city, leaving them in shock and confusion about what was happening. For unknown reasons, the animals changed their direction and moved towards another city. By 15.40 they were already near the walls of another city, and at 16.00 the connection with this city was broken, and by 16.10 the city was wiped off the face of the earth. A man on TV urged people not to remember everyone who sacrificed themselves, perhaps expressing the idea that it is necessary to appreciate the sacrifice of all participants in the fight against the threat. And he emphasized that all these sacrifices were made for the benefit of humanity, affirming the importance and high price that must be paid in the struggle for survival. A group of people also came to the conclusion that all these events are happening for the benefit of humanity, analyzing and realizing the importance of this fact in the context of their current situation. 5 days later, James headed into the system of space and time, opening up new horizons and possibilities for understanding and changing the current situation. The level has returned to its previous level, and a test is about to come that will require maximum effort and concentration from him. It would be nice to get a weapon worth 200,000 yuan, as it could greatly increase his chances of successfully completing the upcoming test. It is unclear for what reason, but at that moment James imagined himself in the role of Bori, fighting some criminal, which gave him a feeling of strange irresponsibility of reality. He suggested checking to see if there was anything in the iron ball, perhaps looking for answers or some hint of a solution to the current problem. Ultimately, he decided to try cutting the iron ball, hoping to find an answer or something valuable inside, despite the possible consequences of such an action. He saw that inside the ball there were technologies of the future, and at that moment an idea arose in his head that could change the course of events, or even the entire situation. If he can sell these technologies, he will definitely become rich, since they represent a valuable and promising asset that can bring him significant profits. In addition, he noticed that his performance improved significantly, which gave him more confidence and determination to achieve his goals. But he also noticed something else that made him feel a little uneasy or curious, perhaps related to the consequences of his actions, or the changes happening around him. As it turned out, the oil increases the volume of strength, which made him surprised and interested in this new property. Arriving home, he realized that there was probably something else inside the ball, making him want to explore its contents in more detail. James noticed that there was some kind of flash drive inside the ball, which made him curious and want to check what was on it. Someone appears to be using a flash drive in this dimension, causing James to question the origin and purpose of the device. He wondered if he could learn some of the secrets stored on this flash drive, perhaps opening up new horizons of knowledge and possibilities. He also hoped that he would not die, and could not understand what he was just thinking about, because the moment of uncertainty made him anxious and nervous. Just at that moment, the boss appeared to him, causing him mixed feelings of relief and surprise since he did not expect her to appear at that moment. There were only 4 days left before the entrance exam, and it was time to get serious about preparing to be ready for the test. She was curious about what he was watching and asked him to show it, showing curiosity about his activities and interests. As it turned out, he put a photo of her in a swimsuit on the screensaver of his computer, causing her mixed feelings of surprise and perhaps some awkwardness. But he couldn't understand what she was saying because it was her computer, and he found himself a little confused by this discovery. Tickets cost $50,000 for the first row in the zone and $35,000 for the second row, offering a variety of seating options for spectators with different budgets. Even if he bought second-row seats, he would still spend $70,000, and he didn't know where he could get that much money, causing him anxiety and uncertainty about finances. He began to think about using his body, perhaps as a way to make money or solve financial problems, although this thought caused him some anxiety and uncertainty. He approached a girl and asked for money, promising to give her his first time, showing extreme desperation and willingness to do anything for financial help. But she told him not to come near her, and he didn't even pass the medical examination, and she doesn't want to grab anything. James suddenly realized that his assumptions were wrong because he had not considered the possible consequences of his actions, and now he had to think about how to correct his mistakes. Careful checks did not reveal that the products had not yet appeared on the market, which caused confusion, because they expected their availability, which forced them to reconsider the promotion strategy. The girls simply sent James somewhere without leaving any explanation, which made him feel dissatisfied and some concern about her intentions and motives. The results of the analysis are consistent with his words. The price will depend on how the dialogue goes, which confirms the importance of effective communication for the successful completion of the transaction. James laughed at the situation, realizing that things shouldn't be taken too seriously, and that sometimes laughter is the best way to cope with life's surprises. He did not deceive them. The first thing created in the Secret Kingdom would be in demand in the market. He offered them a discount and asked for $1 million for it, showing confidence in its value and potential. But the girl said that she was ready to pay him only $20,000 for this, which led to disappointment for James, who expected more favorable terms of the deal. He said that this item would enhance her reputation, arguing that its value exceeded the amount offered and that purchasing this item would benefit her more in the long run. She said she was willing to pay up to $10,000, explaining that the first discovery only shows demand and there is no guarantee that the results will be positive, which disappointed James, who was expecting a higher amount. Finally, she said that she was ready to offer $30,000, but if he did not agree, then he could leave, emphasizing her readiness to make concessions, but at the same time asserting her position in the negotiations. He agreed, but emphasized that it was important to make sure that no one had sold such a product before in order to be sure of its uniqueness and attractiveness to customers. James was upset that he was able to sell the entire motherboard for only 30,000, as he was expecting a higher price for such a unique item. But he had another idea that could help him compensate for his losses and bring additional benefits. He offered another motherboard since he only had 3 left, hoping that this would allow him to increase profits and make up for lost opportunities. She said she was willing to take the rest for 25,000, but offered 30,000 for the first, demonstrating a willingness to make concessions, but at the same time recognizing the value and uniqueness of the first copy. She had just purchased 3 unique motherboards created in the Secret Kingdom, realizing the value of these goods and believing in their potential to generate high profits. But he could also sell 2 more motherboards, recognizing an opportunity to increase his profits and meet demand for these unique products. The girl could no longer stand the guy's behavior, feeling irritated and dissatisfied with his actions, which could negatively affect their relationship and trust in each other. James suggested that she be friends in this situation and not be so angry, trying to defuse the tense situation and maintain good relations between them. His knowledge had been twisted, but he had already said everything to avoid being approached in the future, seeking to avoid further inconvenience and interference. He wished he had sold the rest of the motherboards because he could have made 75,000 and now he only has enough money for the second row, which was causing some frustration and resentment. He would need to visit the new educational institution, look around and perhaps become familiar with its curriculum in order to make a more informed decision about his future education. The breaking point in the class came when everyone was discussing the arrival of a new student, worrying and wondering how it would affect the group dynamics and the overall atmosphere in the class. When James appeared, he asked if everyone was talking about him, showing interest in what was said behind his back and a desire to be aware of discussions about him. But still one girl admired his beauty. The teacher appeared behind him and asked why he froze in the reception, then added that he should come into the classroom, hinting that it was time to go to study. Seeing a dead rat and a knife on his desk, James felt a mixture of horror and bewilderment, questioning himself about the reasons for such a strange discovery. James sincerely considered this moment a terrible reception, feeling mixed feelings of fear and disgust at such an unexpected discovery on his desk. He noticed that the teacher and everyone in the class were also not happy with him, which gave him a feeling of unpleasantness and displeasure from his stay in this environment. In his opinion, he received universal approval and was very touched, feeling a surge of positive emotions and satisfaction from knowing that his presence in the class was welcomed and valued. Of course, everyone thought he was an idiot, and was sure that there was definitely something wrong with him, which made him feel disappointed and underappreciated. One of the girls raised her hand and asked if she could sit next to him, showing friendliness and a desire to support the new student, despite possible prejudices about his behavior. He approached her and asked if they could sit together in the same chair, showing his desire to be closer and create closer relationships in the class. To begin with, the teacher decided to talk about precautions before the entrance tests, emphasizing the importance of readiness and preparation of each student for this important stage. The exam is held over 2 days, the 7th and 8th of July of each year. It will take place after the day after tomorrow. A game is held on the first day to determine their abilities, and a competition takes place on the second day to determine their true strength. But it looks like James won't last long on the first day, according to the teacher, which raises concerns and doubts about his ability to successfully cope with the test. His friends were also sure that he would not last long, supporting the teacher's opinion and doubting his ability to withstand the test. But James was not ready to tolerate this. He suddenly moved behind them, demonstrating his determination and willingness to fight for his goals. And with this, complete surprise attacked them all, causing shock and surprise with his decisive action. He raised her head and asked why they were silent, expressing his desire to understand the reasons for their surprise and disappointment. The teacher closed her eyes while they laughed at him. In his opinion, this was a double standard, which made him feel resentful and dissatisfied. He agreed with the teacher and said that they would see each other tomorrow on the training ground, demonstrating his commitment to improvement and cooperation in learning. It was not easy, but he was able to wait for this day, showing endurance and perseverance in achieving his goal. The sister immediately began asking where the guy got the money for such expensive tickets, showing interest and curiosity about the source of his financial resources. He told her not to worry and to grab something to eat, trying to distract her from her worries. The sister believed that the guy simply got himself a MILF, expressing her assumption about the possible nature of his relationship with this woman. Well, just at that moment the boss was sitting with them and could not understand what she was talking about, because they were not just on good terms, which added misunderstanding and embarrassment to the discussion. The action will take place in a competition for beginners, where their skills and abilities in various areas will be tested. The first round was about to begin. A certain Jackson from the 5th Corps was competing against James, preparing for an exciting duel between them. Jackson was confident that he would be the last one standing in this arena, demonstrating his confident spirit and determination to win. Today was a turning point in James' life when he faced a major challenge that could change his future. Jackson didn't think they would meet so soon, which added surprise and tension to their meeting in the competition arena. He asked if his help was useful, showing interest in how useful and effective his efforts were. 10 minutes before the start of the competition, something important happened in the men's room that could affect the course of events or cause confusion among the participants. As James stood, he felt that it was his time to show his strength, preparing to engage in battle and prove his abilities. All the guys immediately began to peer at his genitals, which caused him embarrassment and dissatisfaction with this behavior. He did not think that he would begin to demonstrate his abilities already in the toilet, which caused him surprise and some awkwardness in this situation. Jackson asked what he was doing and asked to be taught, showing an interest in new skills and a willingness to improve his abilities. In fact, there is something that will help make him longer, implying a remedy or method to enhance his penis. He said that it was time and suggested that they could check for now, emphasizing his readiness and desire to begin the test. One of the guys said that whoever gave in a fight with him, they should finish him off, expressing toughness and intransigence towards their opponents. Because of James, the girl participating in the competition had a very fast heartbeat, which she perceived as a naive manifestation of her emotions. But in her opinion, this guy was very uninteresting. Initially she planned to just see if he would show his abilities before the game, but she came across something much better than she expected. Jackson's friends immediately began saying that he had beaten him to death, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences. Jackson suggested forgetting about their friction for now. Apparently, a serious stage was approaching, expressing a desire to temporarily end the conflict and concentrate on the important events that were coming. After saying that silence is not a sentence, he immediately attacked James, showing aggression and determination to make him feel the consequences of his actions. Of course, this blow was really hard, causing James a lot of physical impact and possibly pain. And then Jackson began to push his genitals, striking the more vulnerable parts of the body, showing aggression and a desire to inflict pain. His friends supported him at this moment, giving in to his emotions and increasing his aggressive behavior. But despite this, James' stats still grew at this point, showing his endurance and strength in the fight against obstacles. Jackson decided to see who would laugh now, showing his dominance and desire to make sure of his victory over James. He said that his strength was not surprising, trying to reduce the importance and achievements of his opponent. Everyone present could not understand how James was able to survive these blows, admiring his endurance and fortitude in such incredible circumstances. Of course, the guy immediately began to attack Jackson after this, responding to the aggression and protecting himself from the attack. He asked if he had shown enough of his abilities, expressing his desire to end this fight and stop further violence. Jackson's energy was exhausted. He could not understand why he was so out of control, feeling exhausted and bewildered by his condition. He should manage less energy during competition and should not use true force in order to maintain balance and efficiency in his actions. James said that if this were the case, Jackson might blame himself rather than him, pointing out the importance of self-control and responding to Jackson's previous comment about the need for energy management. The guy proposed a truce with Jackson, seeking to end the conflict and restore peaceful relations between them. But Jackson completely called him an idiot, rejecting the offer of a truce and continuing to show aggression and hostility. And then James was declared the winner and representative of the 7th Corps, celebrating his success and achievements in the competition. The second round was against a certain Ingley from the 2nd Corps, anticipating a new challenge and preparing for the next rivalry. For James, a testing moment came when he had to overcome himself in order to fight for the girl. She begged him to stop this turbulent flow of energy that overwhelmed him and those around him, leaving only a feeling of chaos and disorder in their hearts and minds. When he made her bigger, she had already given up, realizing that she no longer had the strength to resist his influence. In the third round, James found himself up against a strange guy from the Third Corps, whose behavior and fighting tactics exceeded all his expectations. This guy looked like it was time for James to admit defeat. As he approached, he asked James if he would allow him to look at least one peephole after the test. Not wanting to prolong the situation, James quickly ended the conversation and packed the guy away, realizing that further conversation would only drag him into unnecessary problems. James had to admit that he liked the guy, because he turned out to be very courageous and decisive in battle. The fourth round turned out to be completely different. James had to fight a certain Alice from the First Corps, which added excitement and uncertainty to their fight. She decided to warm up before the battle, demonstrating her readiness and determination to win. James couldn't understand why she acted so arrogantly. Perhaps she already thought of herself as a star in her mind. Turning around, she suddenly said that he was a very nice guy, making James feel a mixed feeling of surprise and awkwardness. James instantly fell in love with her, and now found it difficult to figure out how to continue fighting her, as his feelings began to interfere with his ability to focus on the combat task. His tackles were rather old-fashioned, but she liked them. She thought that after the competition they might even go on a date. The judge politely asked them to stop their momentary infatuation and return to the fighting atmosphere, reminding them of the purpose of this fight and the need to focus on fighting. Both agreed that they needed to get back to fighting, and without further ado they began preparing to continue the fight. Basically, Alice was the first to decide to launch an attack, proving her resolve and decisiveness in battle. Even though they both liked each other, they were aware that their battle had greater meaning and was most important at the moment. And in just a split second she was already almost next to the guy, ready to strike the next blow in this intense battle. But James stopped her in time, preventing the next blow and maintaining the tense atmosphere of the battle. He noticed that her panties were silk, but did not distract himself from the fight, maintaining his concentration on the situation. Her support group asked to repeat this move, seeing its effectiveness and determination in battle. The guys asked if James could name another color of his underpants, showing some humor during the battle. Something happened on the battlefield that the girl did not expect, perhaps some unexpected turn of events, or an unusual action on the part of her opponent. James prepared for something, and the girl agreed to start, but she was expecting something unusual or unexpected from James. Then he suddenly grabbed him right from behind, stunning him with his sudden action. He instantly recognized her smell, remembered all the moments spent together. It was something deeper and more intimate than just a scent. He had already expressed his observations about her scent out loud, allowing him to share his feelings and memories. 5 minutes before the exam, he told those same 3 guys that envy is very bad, sending them a clear message about the unacceptability of negative emotions before the big moment. The girl was going to personally test his abilities today, had a special test or test in mind for him. When he entered the arena, she deliberately sneezed in front of him, creating some additional tension before his performance. She apologized and said that she had a cold, explaining her unexpected sneeze as a consequence of illness. She was amazed by his strong pectoral muscles, suddenly realizing how physically developed and fit he was. And she thought that without clothes he would look much sexier, which led to some awkward moment and excitement. He grabbed her hand and told her there was no need to wipe anything there, calming her down and breaking up the awkward situation with humor. This is a public place, and Alice is standing too close, he noted, feeling discomfort from her proximity and the publicity of the situation. James explained that it would be better for her to stay away from him, since he has no plans for her, making it clear that he does not want to be in a further relationship. Finally, he added that the smell coming from her body was too strong, directly hinting at the unpleasant impression of the aroma. The girl could not understand how the guy allowed himself to behave so indecently, finding himself embarrassed and offended by his behavior. Alice was surprised that she was covered in drool, and was even scared, thinking that this could lead to some negative consequences. Of course, she was angry after the guy's act, feeling hurt and disappointed by his behavior. She began to scream, accusing him of being preoccupied and perverted. Despite his silence, she continued to express her indignation and disappointment. Security claimed that she was just an ordinary girl and expressed a desire to arrest James, despite his objections and attempts to explain the situation. Of course, he immediately began to say that he had done nothing, insisting on his innocence, and trying to prove his case to the guards, despite their persistent questions and suspicions. And finally, he added that he remembered the girl, emphasizing that her face would remain in his memory, although not as a criminal, but rather as an ordinary passerby in their life. He asked if she thought that if she changed her clothes, he wouldn't be recognized by her scent, implying that his perception of her scent might be more reliable evidence than external signs. And then he completely threw the girl into the bend. The judge, having made his decision, said that the victory goes to James from the 7th Corps, and as a result, he is acquitted of the charges, and this news caused different emotions among those present in the hall. He asked if the girl was okay, and she replied that the match was over, emphasizing her willingness to end the incident and stop further conflicts. He said that he would never date such an ugly woman. She had previously called him a pervert, and now he decided to teach her a lesson by returning the same insults to show how painful and hurtful their words could be. Alice was slightly surprised when she heard such a statement come unexpectedly from him, and it made her feel unsure and bewildered. She couldn't believe that he called her ugly, feeling confused and offended by such rude words that came from him, and this made her worried and disappointed in his behavior. The girl replied that he had no idea how beautiful she was, showing confidence in herself and her appearance, while he, in her opinion, unfairly judged her. Some guy suggested that James go to their technology college, describing it as a real paradise for men. James felt that this was a very tempting offer because the College of Technology represented a potentially interesting and promising career opportunity for him. The school had many experienced teachers, and also did not have a single woman in its composition, which made it inaccessible to girls. James could even study with them using the effect. After speaking, James ordered the guy to leave, expressing his decisive desire to get rid of his presence. He wondered if James might not have liked the idea of a true man's paradise, realizing that everyone had their own ideas of happiness and satisfaction. The guy heard something moving next to him, forcing him to turn around and pay attention to the surrounding space. As it turned out, 2 guys rushed next to him, causing him a sudden feeling of worry and anxiety. And some guy from the 7th Corps won, consolidating his superiority and causing admiration or envy among the witnesses to the event. The teacher asked if there was anyone else besides this guy from their corps, implying the possibility of other students participating in the competition. But James reminded that he was also included in this number, indicating his presence and desire to participate in the competition. The teacher told him to get lost, claiming that he was nobody here, causing him a feeling of resentment and injustice. He noted that the teacher's facial features looked very angry, perhaps indicating her expression or mood at the moment. She was not surprised that such a scumbag was expelled from the 2nd Corps, expressing her dislike or displeasure at his behavior or character. A couple of people approached him and said they didn't know who he was, leaving him puzzled and surprised at their unfamiliarity with him. According to the information provided by the 7th Corps, his strength level is only 0.35, but the results of his preliminary round are significantly higher than this, and he has been asked not to refuse cooperation. The woman introduced herself as his class teacher and asked him to punish him to the fullest extent, as well as to cancel the results, causing him mixed feelings of amazement and indignation. When asked to prove that he did not live here first, she glared at them silently, refusing to provide any evidence or comment. They expressed a desire to retest his strength level, perhaps to ensure previous data was correct or to check for changes. The woman thought the examiner was confused by James' exceptional attractiveness, perhaps thinking it might skew the test results or his score. James advised taking things slow, emphasizing the importance of being thorough and attentive to the process to avoid mistakes or misunderstandings. And the guy was really surprised by his attractiveness, expressing his surprise at James's appearance, which could cause some confusion or an unexpected reaction. As it turned out, the guy's strength level was 0.75. Confirming his relative strength and abilities compared to the other participants. According to data from the 7th Corps, its strength was much less, which caused some confusion or surprise regarding the results obtained. It turned out that he had not attended school before, and therefore the woman memorized his profile on her own, which explained her knowledge of his past. She said it was her position, her bonus, and there was nothing left on her fall list, emphasizing her commitment and the importance of the task she was performing. Since he has this level of strength, there should be no problem with the exam, as his physical abilities should compensate for any shortcomings in other areas. The guy from the 7th building did not believe that something like that happened to James, because he did everything he could to give up first place, which caused him bewilderment and surprise. He was sure that the guy was definitely cheating, suspecting him of dishonesty or fraud in order to achieve the desired result. He was about to attack James, directing his aggression and resentment towards him due to his perceived deception or foul play. But in time, another man was able to protect the guy, preventing a possible attack and resolving the conflict between them. He asked the guy if he doubted their professional skills and if he was determined to maintain neutrality in this situation, emphasizing the importance of an objective view of the situation. The guy remembered what James did, noting events or actions that James performed and which remained in his memory. The students were faced with the chief examiner who would be conducting the exam. The main competition was about to begin, and they had to familiarize themselves with the rules so that they were ready for the start. The current competition will be played on a knockout system where one single loss will mean disqualification. However, despite this, participants must be willing to take risks and interact in the competition without the intention of killing each other. Now it's time to write a will, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to prepare a document outlining the disposition of property or other important matters. They were greeted at the entrance exams, expressing goodwill and encouragement before the start of the important test. Now they faced the most important exam of their lives, which will determine their future and open the doors to new opportunities and achievements. The real test begins now, and it's time to demonstrate your skills and abilities to prove your readiness and ability to handle challenges. Students have begun to be invited to enter the arena. Preparations for the second part of the exam begin now, raising the tension and anticipation before the test begins. Everyone present expressed their best wishes for good luck to their loved ones, supporting them as they begin an important moment in their lives. They looked for their friends, relatives, and other loved ones among those present, sincerely hoping for support and encouragement from them at this important moment. The sister informed the mother that James' level had been raised, making the mother proud and relieved that her son had achieved new achievements. At this time, members of the admissions committee were quarreling among themselves, because they are constantly trying to intercept students from each other, which leads to tense situations and conflicts in the process of organizing exams. All candidates are invited to the battle arena, where they will have to give their all and demonstrate their abilities in this important test. As it turned out, at this time the candidates were sleeping soundly in their chairs, unexpectedly showing carelessness and calmness before the start of the battle. James was no exception, lying in a state of deep sleep in his chair, preparing for the test the moment it began. A stranger approached him and asked if he was the famous James. As it turned out, it was the director of the 7th Corps who ordered his arrest. The guy said that even the director should not act arbitrarily, emphasizing his position and readiness to defend his rights. He didn't care if James could report him, because he didn't believe anyone would care about him, demonstrating his confidence in his integrity or inaccessibility. James couldn't stay here, faced with the need to leave or decide what to do next in this situation. He also realized that he could not get up because several people were holding him in a row, depriving him of the opportunity to move freely. As it turned out, they just wanted to give him a massage. They used to make cute investments, but this time James slept before them, causing misunderstandings and laughter. James stood in front of a mystery, unable to understand who was behind this action. The man asked a question, and the guy's gaze lit up with understanding. He finally guessed the intentions of his interlocutor. He strives to release all his power because he knows that their curvaceous forms are his main weapon, for which he diligently trains, preparing for any challenge. It seems that there is a need to renew the teaching staff to bring a new spirit into the teaching process and fill students with enthusiasm for learning. Given the information he received and the wealth of experience accumulated over so many years, he was able to see a lot and go through many tests. Priority is given to the corps that demonstrated the best results in the first stage, taking into account their significance and impact on the overall outcome. Overall, getting started is not that difficult, it just requires a little effort and determination. Just then, a guy suddenly crashed straight into the wall, breaking the silence and causing a commotion. He was told not to lose heart and to hold on, supporting him in difficult times. James expressed his doubts, asking if this was too cruel. He noted that scars can beautify a man, giving him character and expressing his strength and overcoming difficulties. Now he will be given painkillers, as surgery is necessary. He told them to cut off his foreskin at the same time. Everyone was surprised, but the previous calm was disrupted by an unexpected request for such a cruel punishment. The judge, having considered the situation, decided to invite participants to the second stage for a more in-depth study of the circumstances of the case. The competition began, and he, intrigued, decided to follow the developments to see what twists of fate awaited him and the other participants. The first pair consisted of 2 from the 9th Corps, famous school bullies. They entered the battle with determination and aggression, arousing the interest of the spectators, including the judge. Apparently, they fought for the right to become a goddess, for power and recognition, which gave their fight special tension and significance in the eyes of others. 2 of the First Corps were also school rivals, adding additional tension and competition to an already tense atmosphere. And suddenly the judge decided to announce 2 participants from the 7th building, adding even more intrigue and anticipation to the already tense atmosphere of the competition. He just could not understand why the 2 participants did not move, maintaining an indifferent expression on their faces, causing him doubts and bewilderment regarding their intentions and strategy. This man will act as a commentator, and they can currently watch the first players to enter the fray, closely watching as they analyze each other and come up with a strategy. Room number 1 contained the lovers, surrounded by the atmosphere of their passion and tenderness, creating a cozy and romantic space full of mystery and promise. The girl told him to forget, because she could not allow him to do this to her for the sake of victory, because feelings and relationships were more important to her than winning a competition. The guy's new level was below her, and in any case he would have lost, which made his attempt unfair and pointless. It is not clear why the guy decided to beat himself, because the motives for his actions remained a mystery to those around him, causing concern and bewilderment. He managed his energy poorly, and perhaps today he will have to part with it forever, because his actions could lead to irreparable consequences and the loss of something precious. At this moment, the doctors simply stood and discussed what to do next, because the situation required collective discussion and important decisions. Well, the doctor said that the competition is not over yet, and they cannot do anything until they are convinced of the seriousness of the situation and develop an appropriate plan of action. And then it was announced that the girl had left the battle arena, which meant her withdrawal from the competition, causing mixed feelings among spectators and participants. Now she realized that her lover was just pretending. Disappointment and sadness overwhelmed her as she realized that his feelings were false. The entrance exam is very important, and in order to pass it successfully, some are ready to take extreme measures, even to the point of sacrificing their loved ones, including their lovers. Everything in room number 2 was stable, creating a sense of calm and continuity that was an unexpected contrast to the tense atmosphere of the battle arena. And the 2 of them were like yin and yang, complementing each other, and creating harmony despite their differences, which made their union powerful and inalienable. But they were willing to do anything to defeat each other, even if it meant fighting to the last breath. Such was their determination and ambition. Yet one of them won and asked the goddess to look at him, awaiting her recognition and approval after a long and intense battle. The person who wins the test first will have the opportunity to enter, which will be a reward for his perseverance and skill in the struggle. While the rest of the contestants struggled, James and his opponent never budged, creating a tense pause of anticipation and raising questions about the reasons for their inaction. Tactics were key as they could determine the outcome of a fight, and sometimes even save lives, so James decided it was best to follow his decisions and strategy while remaining confident in his knowledge and experience. The waiting strategy seemed reasonable. At first few people paid attention to them as everyone was distracted by other rooms, so let them wait for the others to lose and then take over the competition. The guy asked her if there would be an opportunity to advance after this, showing his willingness to move forward in the competition. The man said it was too early to think about it, calling for patience and concentration on current tasks and challenges. It was better not to harbor unrealistic dreams, he thought. After all, he had been the director of the 7th building for many years, and not every student achieved such a quick promotion in his career. Both admitted defeat, expressing mutual respect and sportsmanship, despite the results of the battle. The man suggested that the one whose level is lower admit defeat, perhaps in order to maintain peaceful relations and prevent further conflict. Soon the 7th Corps will lose respect, and there will be only one way out. The man suggested avoiding conflict and looking for alternative ways to resolve the situation, convincing everyone that a fight is not the only solution. The guy warned that James would regret his decision, and it was time to take the dead out of him, possibly for his alleged actions or decisions. These words made him laugh, and he replied that the guy was prone to using catchphrases. The guy began to use the accumulated energy in the fight. Presumably, the guy comes from a family where martial arts were taught from childhood, which explains his confidence and skill in fighting. He used martial art, a special technique, kicked, showing his skills and mastery in the fight. He, being from a great family, despised James as a nonentity. He felt superior to the guy, because his origin and training gave him confidence in his strengths and abilities. There was an explosion, and people leaned over, trying to protect themselves from danger and understand what had happened. Thinking about it, it all seems so horrible. I couldn't believe that it was the end. It turned out that James, turning into an unexpected obstacle, was able to block shots, which was the key to his team's victory. But this discovery not only lifted them to the top, but also had unpredictable consequences. He blocked the blow without using his own energy, which added to the mystery of his abilities. It seems that the students of the 7th building were not as bad as they were supposed to be. The sister was amazed by the discovery that her own brother was standing in front of her. This fact caused her incredible surprise and mixed feelings. First, she asked him not to think that he was the only one who knew martial arts. The guy was slightly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events, because it made him rethink his ideas about himself and his abilities. All this time, James simply answered, continuing to surprise his opponents with his amazing skills and unexpected moves. James used a secret technique from the Northeast, which gave his actions a unique and mysterious character brought into the game. Their battle was indeed intense and fast, filled with tension and adrenaline that did not give either of them even a moment's respite. All those present froze in anticipation in order to understand who emerged victorious from this tense confrontation. And in a split second, everyone present began chanting about victory, filling the space with joy and delight. As it turned out, James was able to win, demonstrating outstanding skill and extraordinary endurance in battle. The Commission has not met such an interesting candidate as James for a long time, whose skills and charisma aroused their real delight and admiration. The guy was amazed by this fact, because excluded outcasts were usually not considered strong or significant, and he began to rethink his beliefs that such people could truly achieve outstanding results. He believed that James had taken doping, otherwise he simply would not have been able to defeat him, but this thought caused him doubts, because James looked too natural and confident. He stated that he was right, but refused to explain himself, not wanting to reveal his thoughts and reasons, which caused even more concern and bewilderment in the guy. In the future, they should no longer call him a puppy. Now a real wolf cub stands in front of them, which emphasized his strength and determination. The teacher said that she heard everything, which added tension in the air and made everyone freeze in anticipation of her next words. Jason admitted that he had doped. She was going to take him to the director to have his result annulled, shining a light on unscrupulous methods of achieving victory. James asked if she really couldn't understand jokes, raising questions about her sense of humor and understanding of the situation. She said that there were no students like him in their school, and that his admission of doping was a disgrace to the reputation of their corps. He couldn't understand why everyone had the same opinion that James simply had great potential, because to him it seemed like an unfair assessment of his own efforts and capabilities. The director will be on his side if he promises that he will not lead them, which could be both support and additional pressure for him in making a decision. The teacher turned around, noticing someone, causing general curiosity and excitement among the students. Standing in front of him was the mayor, who agreed that James had fought well, adding extra weight and significance to the event. She could not understand why the director was covering for a student who used doping, which caused her to doubt the fairness of his actions and decisions. A man standing next to the guy said he doubted it would have been enough to withstand that many blows. And then you added that he had not yet passed his exam, which emphasized his lack of preparedness and experience in such situations. But James will be able to defeat them at any time with his energy, which creates some tension and uncertainty in the situation. He decided to use the Northeast technique, which added mystery to his actions and caused bewilderment and concern among his opponents. But the man was easily able to defend himself, which confirmed his experience and skill in martial arts. James was surprised by such a quick and effective action, not expecting such a reaction from his opponent. The teacher said that he was definitely doping, because the effect or drugs had worn off and his strength had dried up, which confirmed her confidence in her suspicions about his use of doping. But he explained that the situation was the other way around. Even third-level warriors would not be able to withstand, let alone first- and second-level warriors, but James could, which caused surprise and respect. Today it was so bad that when he watched the guy, he assumed that his strength was about 1.3, but when he himself faced his blows, he felt that it was equal to 1.4, which caused him further confusion and anxiety. It turns out that James did not exaggerate his abilities, and his real strength was impressive, which allows us to conclude that the 7th Corps becomes the champion at these introductory events. She constantly plotted against James, which was unacceptable for the teacher. As a punishment, he decided to fine her half her salary to stop such behavior. The woman was shocked to hear about the salary cut, which left her deeply surprised and possibly disappointed. James stated that his strength was confirmed by the mayor himself, and if anyone wants to doubt it or offend him, then let them attack, preparing to defend themselves. His words were taken literally, and indeed, they immediately began to attack, which caused an unexpected reaction and forced him to act. He could not understand who it was, which added panic and confusion to the situation, requiring an early clarification of the circumstances. Representatives from different universities immediately began to approach him, inviting him to study and offering him various programs and opportunities. He told them to leave their business cards indicating that they were interested in more than 2 universities, which demonstrated his commitment to exploring all possible options and choosing the best one. He is quite a practical person and will decide to study where the best conditions are provided, demonstrating his sensible approach to choosing a university. Although he intends to attend only one university, he wants to consider all his options and see what else they can offer him so that he can make an informed decision. A new round is about to begin, where James, the dark horse from the previous mountain, will meet with a certain person from the 4th Corps, which will add some mystery and tension to the upcoming fight. When he came out, he said it would be over very quickly for him, showing confidence and determination in his abilities. The 4th Corps was also considered one of the best in the city, and he had not heard of its shortcomings, which added intrigue to the upcoming battle. The guy was ready to tear James in half, demonstrating his rage and aggression in battle, and through the funs of the competition the duel began, the anticipation of which filled the air with excitement and excitement. It is not clear for what reasons, but even without receiving a blow, he immediately gave up, causing surprise and questions from the audience. James could understand why he wouldn't at least try, and it made him bewildered and disappointed in his own actions. Even if he lends him a helping hand, or even 2, even if he stretches out his legs, he still won't mind admitting defeat to him, demonstrating his honesty and justice. In that case, there is nothing more to talk about. No matter how strong he is, he can't seem to see it, causing him to feel frustrated and helpless. Some man thinks that he will be able to take part in subsequent competitions, no matter who meets him, demonstrating his determination and confidence in his own abilities. But still, competition results are officially measured by skill level rather than strength, emphasizing the importance of technique and skill in combat. Again, this man had heard that this James level was only 0.7, with their weakest ally having a higher level, raising doubts about his ability to compete. The girl couldn't understand why James' back seemed so familiar to her. It left her bewildered and overwhelmed. Every time she saw his back, she felt as if she had seen it before or had some kind of connection with it. The 3rd round of the competition began, filling the arena with tension and excitement as the participants prepared for the final battle with determination and focus. The man told the girl to look for weak points in James that could be attacked. In an effort to find an advantage in battle, he advised her to pay attention to weak points or weaknesses in James's defense that could be used to her advantage. If she understands that she cannot win, She needs to do everything possible to simply not lose. It is important to maintain her position and hope for success. Even if the outcome of the battle seems incredible, she must remain persistent and not give up. This was the assistant headmaster of Ward 2, James's former classmate and prefect, adding a personal and emotional dimension to their interaction. The man believed that he was not very lucky with his opponent, and he was interested in seeing what would happen next, waiting for the development of events. He was curious and excited, waiting for how events would develop in the future. As the head girl approached, James dealt with her attack with ease, demonstrating his training and experience in combat. He confidently and effectively countered her attack, showing off his technique and skills. He remembered her approaching him and asking where he was going, giving him a sense of déjà vu and a surge of emotion. It was a moment he had already experienced or felt like he had experienced in the past. She heard from others that he was expelled by the director, which made her surprised and wanted to find out more details. This news left her bewildered and interested, as she wanted to understand the reasons for such a decision. She said that his family wasted money on him and thinks that he will now have to work hard to pay his family some of his tuition, expressing her regret and concern for him. And she really considered him trash, which added resentment and bitterness to the already existing situation. This feeling of rejection and lack of recognition could cause strong emotions in her, such as resentment and bitterness. She immediately decided to ask directly what he really wanted. She was ready to listen to an answer that could change everything. But she realized that direct communication and an honest conversation could help them understand the current situation and find ways to solve the problem. He said that meeting with the former headman was a rarity. There was nostalgia and some uncertainty in his voice. He expected something exciting from this meeting. He began to scatter cards from the admissions committees. Each of them was a part of his childhood. His gaze wandered over them, remembering the moments of choosing the future. This angered her, and she said that he was very nasty, giving the long-awaited utterance that had been building up inside, ready to break free. James waved his hand saying he was just joking. His voice was light as he tried to diffuse the tense situation. A smile flashed across his face. And then he saw the director of the second building and greeted him, smiling. Meeting him was an unexpected but pleasant surprise. He offered him a smoke, but he said that he didn't smoke, waving his hand, laughing off the offer with a slight strain in his voice. The man said that she was only bitten by breaking school rules, so there was no point in being offended by him. There was a touch of humor in his voice. He was trying to soften the situation. James said he was ashamed of what he had learned at their school. His words tinged with sadness and disappointment, and he was aware of the negative impact of the environment on his values. He gave him his insole, smelled it. It was a test of sincerity, and the smell revealed new aspects of their relationship. The man was indescribably furious after this act. His face was burning with anger. His every breath was filled with rage and disappointment. When asked if he wants to die, he scoffs and replies that he dreams of it. His answer laced with dark humor and hopelessness. He began to shout at the girl, demanding that she definitely defeat him. His voice sounded aggressive. He did not recognize another outcome of this situation. The girl completely agreed with the man. Her face expressed determination and confidence. She accepted his challenge and was ready to take the battle on equal terms. The competition was declared open. The tension in the air was palpable. Every moment was tensely awaiting its development. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and excitement. The girl immediately took a stance, preparing to strike. Her movements were graceful and decisive. She was ready for a battle to the death. And then she and I, using high speed, began to attack James. Our movements were coordinated and accurate. We were a single weapon, and he really couldn't dodge this blow. His reaction was somewhat slow. He didn't expect such an attack. The girl realized that it seemed like she needed to give it her all. Determination and concentration were noticeable in her eyes. She was ready to give all her strength in this battle. James asked if this was really all she could do, his tone mocking, egging her on to greater achievements. The girl could not understand what was happening. Her expression was confused and perplexed. She was stunned by James's unexpected question. The man realized that, apparently, they underestimated James. His expression was embarrassed. He realized his mistake in assessing his opponent. And then, with a smile on his face, he said that now it was her turn to take the blow. His voice sounding playful, he invited her to continue the fight with joy. Masterfully, he knocked her down in just a matter of seconds. His movements were fast and precise. He played the game with the ease of a professional. He declared that he was the winner from the 7th Corps. His voice sounded with confidence and pride. He emphasized his superiority in this fight. The man could not understand how this was possible. His expression was full of dissatisfaction and embarrassment. He tried to understand the reasons for his defeat. James was the worst student, and so little time passed. But his powers grew significantly. This confused everyone who followed his development. He turned his academic history upside down with his sudden growth. James won, and he did not have to go to work to feed his family. Now he could be wealthy and successful, taking care of his loved ones without unnecessary difficulties. But the girl lost to the trash. Her defeat was an unexpected turn that she could not foresee, and this disappointment slowly enveloped her thoughts. He turned to the girl, but she did not answer at all. Her gaze was drowned in thoughts. She was immersed in her own thoughts to such an extent that she did not notice the outside world. The commentator had never seen a person give his opponent just one blow. It was something amazing and incredible that caused admiration and amazement from everyone in the arena. The sister could not believe that this was really her brother, because it looked more like a fiction. Her face expressed mixed feelings of surprise and disbelief. She was faced with something completely incomprehensible. But still the girl woke up. Her eyes slowly opened. She was returning from the depths of the unconscious, realizing the surrounding reality. She was shocked, because she did not expect this from the guy. Her face expressed bewilderment and surprise. For the first time she saw a completely new side of him. James hoped that in the future she would not be so arrogant. His thoughts were filled with hope that their relationship would change for the better. He believed in the possibility of improving their mutual understanding. The commentator said that it seemed like this year's entrance test had gained another dark horse. His words filled the atmosphere with unknown expectations and mysteries. A new player bringing excitement and uncertainty to the competition. The selection committee believed that he was a dark horse. His appearance on the scene added unpredictability to the selection process. His candidacy was unexpected and stood out among other applicants. He asked his partner if his daughter was participating this year, and suggested that there might be a chance to fight with James. His voice sounded interesting and a little exciting. He was already looking forward to a potential meeting in the arena. She chose the path of a warrior, fully aware that this could lead to death. Despite this, she decided to accept the challenge. As if the fire of determination and courage burned in her heart, she was ready to rush into battle to protect her beliefs, loved ones, or pursued goals. The man stated that he remains the same person and does not change. His voice sounded confident. He emphasized his steadfastness in all circumstances. This was an expression of his confidence in himself and his principles. Something, apparently, began to happen to the girl, but the onslaught of events is still unclear. Tension flashed in her eyes. She realized that something important was happening to her. James said that when he was expelled, she, as a prefect, mocked him and showed arrogance, his voice sounding tinged with resentment and disappointment. These events still haunted him. Next year he hopes that she will leave the second building and does not advise studying next to such a director. His voice sounded decisive. He was confident in the correctness of his words. The man was furious at his behavior, his face sparkling with anger. He was ready to explode at any minute. James nevertheless resolutely took the girl to the man. His movements were filled with determination. He sought to correct the situation or help reconcile the parties. He began to yell at the girl, demanding to check her. His voice was laced with anger and irritation. He insisted on the need to resolve this conflict. He was wondering what it all meant. His face expressed curiosity and bewilderment. He tried to understand the current situation. He realized that it was not worth dividing students into strong and weak, so he decided that he should treat everyone equally, without singling out anyone or creating walls between them. He offered him two options, the first of which was to test her. He suggested doing some actions or research in order to make sure of her sincerity or truthfulness. The man was wondering what second option he would offer, because the further development of the situation and their relationship could depend on this. James provided a second option, to teach him some technique that could help solve the current situation. But he added that if he couldn't help him with this, then it's okay. He tried to relieve tension and reduce the pressure on himself and his interlocutor. He asked the man if he wanted to raise the student's hand. giving him a choice in this situation. He began to defiantly scream and call for help. His voice was filled with panic. He tried to attract the attention of others to the situation. The commentator noted that this is not an arena, and a man must have a conscience. His words sounded like a reminder of moral principles and humanity. James said goodbye to the director of the second building and said that he had better devote himself to raising a new generation. His words sounded decisive. He decided to follow a new path. Let James wait and the man will deal with him. His words sounded decisive. He wanted to resolve this conflict on the spot. At this moment, the director approached James, wanting to get his opinion or talk in private. He said that he was very well done, because thanks to him he was making a fortune. His words sounded admiring. He recognized James's merits. After such a wonderful duel, James and the girls suggested taking a look at what was happening at other venues. They wanted to continue their participation in the atmosphere of the competition. The winner in the other arena was a student from the 12th building. His victory added excitement and interest to the events unfolding on the site. The guy from the blue corps also won. His victory added excitement and intrigue to the general mood of the competition. Of course, there was also a winner from the 4th corps. His success added additional drama and interest to the atmosphere of the competition. James realized that today's competition would decide a lot. His thoughts were filled with seriousness and tension, realizing the importance of this day for his future. Today, only interstage competitions take place, where participants compete for the right to advance to the next rounds, where their performance and results will be determined. James couldn't understand what the man was talking about. His gaze suddenly unfocused, the hidden mystery filling his mind with a thick fog of incomprehension. The first stage was completed, leaving behind the participants the excitement and anticipation of the next tests, which will certainly bring new challenges and opportunities to demonstrate strength and endurance. The chief examiner of the current entrance exams is invited, because the time has come to discuss the scores and results that will determine the future fate of many ambitious candidates. He congratulated the candidates, emphasizing that if they were not selected, this does not mean that they failed. After all, even if they could not resist defeating them, the participants deserve admiration for their efforts and dedication to the goal. The guy from the 1st corps had the highest score in all points, while the lowest score was only 5.5, which still emphasizes his outstanding abilities and desire for success. Some guy was told that his score was 6.36 points, but, unfortunately, this was not enough to pass. He was immediately disappointed and deeply frustrated because, despite his efforts, his assessment was not sufficient to achieve his goal. The director said that James should not behave in the same way, emphasizing the need for self-control and respect for results, even in case of failure. The blue corps man was also left out, adding a note of disappointment to the atmosphere hanging in the air after the results were announced. The guy thought that this year's jury was terrible because he felt that his efforts were not fairly assessed, and he was deprived of the recognition he deserved. Everyone watched the exam results closely, knowing that they were critical to each participant's future opportunities and success. Next in line was James of the 7th corps, whose hopes and expectations grew excitedly as he awaited the announcement of the results of his tests. His sister and mother were intently awaiting the results, with hope and anxiety in their hearts, ready to support and congratulate James on any outcome of his trials. James had a whopping 9.4 points, which brought joyful relief and pride to the hearts of his loved ones, as it was a testament to his hard work and talent. Of course, this meant that he had succeeded and successfully passed the tests, which filled those around him with joy and pride for his achievement. Everyone immediately began to cheer for James, congratulating him on his well-deserved success and expressing their pride and support. The audience was also happy for the guy, applauding him and supporting him with words of well wishes, reflecting a general feeling of triumph and joy at his achievement. And the director even began to kiss his sneakers, symbolizing the high appreciation of his efforts and achievements, which caused laughter and fun among those around him. It was time for everyone to leave, but their hearts were filled with pride and joy for the achievements and prospects opened up by this wonderful day. But James rarely stopped, because he noticed something important that interested him and made him think, attracting his attention even in this moment of departure. He noticed his family in the stands, and it made him smile and feel warm in his heart, knowing that they were always there, supporting him in his endeavors and successes. that he immediately greeted them, rejoicing in their presence and expressing gratitude for their support throughout the day. But a split second later he noticed someone else, drawing his attention to a new object of observation or interesting situation. He noticed that his boss was also here, which caused him a little tension and surprise since he did not expect to meet her in such an environment. He realized that it was all over and the bottom had been broken, realizing that his secret or hidden thought may have become known to the boss, and this could have consequences for his future work. All participants have been announced and today's competition is declared over, closing a chapter in their sporting history and leaving behind many memories and impressions. The man presented James with a bracelet for official competition, symbolizing his recognition and acceptance in the sporting community, which filled James with pride and determination to represent him well. His number is indicated on it, and during official competitions he will appear under the same number that is indicated on his bracelet, ensuring the convenience and clarity of the organization of the competitive process. They are required to stay here tonight and will also be given telephones so they can contact their caregivers and ask them to bring them food, ensuring the participants' comfort and care during the competition. The wristbands are used as proof of their identity, providing security and access control on site, as well as facilitating their participation in official events. The man asked if anyone had questions for him, emphasizing his availability for communication and willingness to answer any queries or ambiguities. James said he had a very important question, preparing to ask it and get the man's attention to his problem or request. The man noted that James had great energy and performed well in the arena, which could lead to an interesting and important question. He wondered who would cover the cost of his family's trip, reflecting concern for his loved ones and a desire to ensure that they were able to attend events related to his successes and achievements. The director and James went to some place, probably to discuss or resolve an issue related to James' request for a refund for his family's trip. The principal said that Ward 7 students never made it to the official competition, which could mean James made a difference by achieving something significant. James decided that he should call his mom and sister while he waited for them here, and it really wasn't a bad decision. When he entered the house, he immediately began to close, which indicated his anxiety or desire to remain in privacy. His life changed for the better, and he was glad that he had a curse that allowed him to overcome difficulties and overcome obstacles. But when he heard that there was a knock on his door, he immediately opened the door, showing attentiveness to his surroundings and a willingness to communicate. Some girl unfamiliar to him came to him, causing him curiosity and questions about the reason for her visit. She came in with the words that her number is 13th, and asks him to take care of her if they meet in the arena, which caused him surprise and interest in her story. He said that he could not do anything in front of such a beauty, showing his admiration and politeness. But she said that there was nothing in it, but simply came to say hello and wish him a good day, adding that perhaps they would see each other tomorrow. Even the discussion is pointless, because if they meet in the arena, it will definitely be the end of it, which emphasizes the seriousness of the situation and the risk accompanying their communication. She became enraged, expressing her anger or irritation, which could be due to stress or nervousness, and she immediately began to run away from him, demonstrating her reaction to the situation and desire to avoid further contact. There was another knock on James's door, and he thought it was the same girl, which added mystery and tension to his expectations. His sister came to him and immediately began to hug him, expressing her joy and relief at the meeting. His mother was confident that his life would improve in the future, and now she is even more confident in this, which gave her hope and optimism. The brother had many questions for his sister, expressing her concern and desire to better understand the situation and help. James said he had just finished the competition and was already dizzy, expressing his fatigue and shock from the struggle. These questions, in his opinion, were unnecessary, reflecting his fatigue and reluctance to discuss the topic of the competition. James immediately began to avoid these questions and walked out with his mother, eager to avoid talk of the competition and take his mind off the tension. A more important competition awaits him than in the past, and he needs to prepare well to achieve success, which gives him a sense of responsibility and a desire for excellence. The girl wished him bon appetit, showing her politeness and concern for his well-being. James couldn't understand where she came from, leaving him with a feeling of surprise and bewilderment. She is also competing this year and will take part in the official competition tomorrow, which adds to the mystery and interest of her personality. But her family did not come, and she herself does not know how to cook, so she has to survive somehow, and she faces difficulties in daily life, which may make her want to support her. She decides to share something while she eats her dish, which makes James curious and interested in her story or thoughts. Apparently she wanted to tell her something about Jessica, making James interested and wanting to hear more about his friend. There are other things that no one knows about, but without confirmation they can be regarded as nothing more than gossip, which emphasizes the importance of reliable information. She used to be her classmate, she always behaved distantly and coldly, she studied well, but family relationships did not work out, none of her relatives came, so she sits alone, which evokes sympathy and understanding. More importantly, she is still single, has never fallen in love, and she thinks that James has every chance of success, which may give James mixed feelings of sympathy and hope. But he categorically answered no, rejecting the offer and causing her disappointment or bewilderment. The sister believed that Jessica would not grow up and would remain in the image of Lolita, expressing her doubts about changing her character or lifestyle. But he is here for the exam, not to participate in the Let's Get Married program, which highlights his priorities and goals at this time. When Jessica entered the dining room, everyone paid attention to her, because her appearance was always an event. But at that moment, the dining room was very loud, so Jessica could hear their conversation, which could make her interested or worried. Her father is the head of the company, and he does not have time for simple gatherings, which can make her feel lonely or confused. James said that it was all the girl's fault, expressing his point of view on the situation and possibly exonerating her father. James said that he was very full because his mother was a very good cook, which emphasized his satisfaction with the food and his respect for his mother's cooking skills. James was afraid that he might get hungry in the middle of the night, so he had better stock up on food, expressing his concerns for his own comfort and well-being. Later, he will go to the training room, so they cannot go first, which is the reason for their waiting or delay. Later, James got ready to go to training, considering it important for his development. Jessica believed that her dad would definitely come, reflecting her hope and confidence in his support and presence. James then approached her with the words that there was an important competition ahead, which emphasized his focus on the upcoming event and perhaps his desire to support her. And besides, he brought her food, because they believed that she was hungry, showing care and attention to her needs. If the daughter of a famous family loses due to an empty stomach, she may be laughed at, highlighting the importance of maintaining energy and concentration during competition. James was trying to figure out if he really had the energy left for new challenges after a hungry evening, which underlines his determination and self-control. He agreed, but offered to ask them after dinner, which shows his willingness to answer questions, but on the condition that he was in a more suitable situation. Jessica was reminded of the familiar back again, which may indicate that she has unresolved thoughts or feelings about the matter. She did begin to figure something out, which may indicate that she was starting to connect some dots or understand the situation more clearly. James said that there was nothing to thank him for, because his mother prepared this dinner, which emphasizes his attitude towards his mother's merits and care. When he suggested smoking, Jessica said students were not allowed to smoke, emphasizing compliance with school rules, and then the guy remembered her question, which may indicate that he was beginning to realize the importance of the topic or his own emotional reactions to it. She remembered that she was attacked by strange people, but in the end someone saved her, but they still don't know who it was, and only remembers his back and voice, which can give her feelings of fear, but also hope for support. His back was very similar to the stance she saw before she lost consciousness, which may cause her to have vague memories or anxiety about the similarity. She thought she might have just been imagining things, but expressed great gratitude for the food anyway, which may indicate she was trying to maintain a positive attitude and gratitude. He, with an initially indifferent face, suddenly showed emotion when the heiress showed hers, which led to her laughing, possibly creating an atmosphere of relief or joy. He couldn't understand why she had been sitting there all night, which might make him feel curious or worried about her condition or intentions. But she explained that she simply believed that her father would come, emphasizing her faith and persistence in waiting. Perhaps the father has decided to cook only for his brother, which may cause disappointment or confusion in the daughter if she was expecting his presence or attention. He immediately recognized her brother, because he was the best student at the university, which may indicate an acquaintance between them or his brother's outstanding academic achievements. He invited her to provide him with evidence of her father's corruption, promising to report it on him, after which she could take his position, which may indicate his desire to help her and achieve his goals at the same time. Maybe deep down he believes that she is not worthy of being his daughter, but he was surprised. Because she was the best of the best, he resorted to a curse to strengthen his strength, but her level turned out to be higher than his. Her gratitude and joy in meeting James were sincere, and she expressed hope for continued positive interactions in the future. He advised her to consider buying food from the store to avoid future hunger by showing concern for her well-being. James felt that the girl may have unintentionally offended him with her words, and this left him disappointed or confused. The moment of the first battle arrives, in which James and his 7th Corps collide with a girl from the 1st Corps, preparing for an intense battle in the arena. Realizing that he would have to show maximum effort, because he was immediately faced with Lisa, James realized the need to give his best. Today, the competition involves not just 20 ordinary players, but 20 extremely motivated and ambitious participants who are ready to overcome any difficulties, as well as 12 advanced players with a wealth of experience and unrivaled skills. The 32 competitors have been randomly divided into 2 equal groups of 16 players each, and in the first round the 2 groups will go head-to-head in a fierce battle for victory. The champion will be the competitor who manages to achieve 5 wins in a row and rise to the top of the standings, demonstrating outstanding endurance and skill in every match. Of course, all participants and fans are interested in who this year will be the highest in the ranking and will become the deserved winner of the competition. Lisa and James, full of determination and enthusiasm, were ready to take on their next challenge with full dedication and energy. During this important moment for him, his family not only gave him words of encouragement, but also their endless faith in his ability to succeed, which became an incredibly important source of inspiration and confidence for him. Despite the guy's efforts and talent, the public gave more attention and support to the girl, which could cause some disappointment, but did not stop him in his pursuit of his goals and dreams. He stated that he was not going to give in to a girl just because of her great popularity or widespread support, insisting that success should depend solely on the level of skill and effort put into one's work. She believed that soon everything would end, and after that, probably no one would pay attention to him, which could cause him some doubts and anxiety about his future. But to be fair, she did think he was a very nice guy, and that might have added some complexity to her feelings and relationship with him in the context of the competition. She asked how he managed to become so attractive in just one night, displaying qualities that attracted her attention and aroused interest in his personality. James was indeed ready to answer this question, because in a short time he focused on developing his personality, revealing new qualities in himself and showing confidence that could attract the attention of others. As it turned out, late at night he sat thoughtfully thinking about who the man from number 22 was, trying to unravel the mystery of his personality and motivations. He knocked on their door because their noise was making it difficult for him to sleep. It was especially important to get enough sleep before the exam the next day, and he decided to ask them to be more careful. But suddenly he heard a silence that suddenly broke the usual background noise, forcing him to listen carefully and ask himself the question of what happened. He was glad that there was finally silence, because it meant that he could finally sleep and relax before the exam, which was very important to him. But this silence was short-lived, and soon he again heard sounds coming from the next room, causing him to tense up again and pay attention to them. He thought that someone might be trying to stand out or get his attention even more, and this might make him feel irritated or confused about the reasons for this behavior. But he fully accepts the man's challenges, ready to face any challenge or situation that fate throws at him and overcome it with dignity and determination. He was willing to do what he set out to do, despite possible difficulties or obstacles, confident in his ability to take on the challenge and achieve his goal. 7 hours later, he admitted that he was completely exhausted from the previous night. He realized that this night had been a real test of his stamina and energy. The physical and emotional stress of the night had been difficult for him, and he was genuinely tired. And then he said that no one could overcome him by showing self-confidence and a willingness to take on any challenge that comes his way. James believed that he was not even his match, experiencing strong feelings of dissatisfaction and disappointment in his own abilities and capabilities. It was very pleasant for him to remember the past. It even gave him some strength and optimism, inspiring him to further actions and efforts. As it turned out, one of the other participants in the competition wanted to report cases of cheating before the start of the competition, which added tension and excitement in the air, causing anxiety and worry among all participants. James couldn't understand what was going on here, feeling mixed emotions due to unexpected events and a misunderstanding of the situation that was beginning to bother him more and more. The guy had evidence that someone was interfering with his preparation for the exam by doing something frivolous for 7 hours, and this caused him bewilderment and irritation. James didn't even know how to react to this whole situation, as it gave him mixed emotions and feelings of uncertainty about what to do next. Yes, in this situation, he realized his defeat and admitted that it was his actions that led to the start of this war. He understood that his actions had consequences, and now he is in a difficult situation because of his role in the conflict. He did not expect that because of such skill he would fall under universal condemnation, and perhaps there is a deep meaning in life that he has yet to realize and understand. He felt that God had completely closed his eyes to everyone. He could not understand why he did not have the same ability or talent as others, and this led him to a state of confusion and disappointment. The girl invited him to meet after the entrance tests, which caused him mixed feelings and some hope that they could have a future, despite the current difficulties. She suddenly struck him, which stunned him and caused him deep disappointment. He was completely unprepared for such a turn of events, and found himself in a state of shock and misunderstanding. After this, James realized that she had simply deceived him, realizing that their meeting was only part of an insidious plan, which left him with a feeling of betrayal and bitterness. His words had an emotional impact on her, and she acknowledged that his feelings mattered to her. However, she was also honest that she had her own motives and interests that could influence her decisions and actions. Indeed, there was one very important thing that could completely change their relationship. It could be something that related to their values, life plans, or some significant disagreements. Let him not think that his attractiveness will save him from attacks. She will not show interest in him until he passes the exam, because not only external qualities are important to her, but also professional worth. The guy was ready to engage in battle with the girl, realizing that the testing time had come, and he was ready to show his strength and self-confidence to prove his worth and dignity. In a split second, she prepared to attack him, sending her punch towards him, showing determination and aggression in her intentions. But he was easily able to dodge her attack, showing skill and reflexes, which added to his confidence in his own strengths and abilities. He noticed that Lisa was very flexible, which gave him respect for her physical abilities and martial arts skills. And he was indeed right. Her movements were very elastic, demonstrating a high level of flexibility and coordination, which made her a dangerous opponent in a fight. Even to a certain point, James could not understand what she was doing, feeling mixed feelings due to the surprise and lack of understanding of how she used her skills and advantages in battle. He had already directly asked what she was doing, to which he received the answer that she was holding him, which caused him surprise and some anxiety regarding her intentions and actions. Thanks to her skill, she is able to hold the player, which highlights her strength and experience in martial arts, impressing others with her abilities and skills. Outside the war zones, they discussed what was special about this girl, focusing on her outstanding skills and strategic approach to battle, which made her a dangerous opponent and an object of attention on the battlefield. Either way, some man hoped that he would get rid of James or face trouble or consequences, which added tension to the situation and emphasized the growing confrontation between the participants. The mother said that the girl was quite good, noting her attractive figure, especially her big butt, and expressing confidence that she would give birth easily, which caused James mixed feelings and surprise at such a comment. And then she suddenly grabbed his penis, causing him acute pain and shock from the unexpected and aggressive action. James begged her to let him go, experiencing acute pain and despair from such violence, hoping that she would stop her actions and let him go. She asked if he was really shy, giving him mixed feelings about the situation he was in and the feeling of not understanding her intentions. Not wanting to waste time, she decided to attack him again, showing determination and aggression in her actions, which caused James even more anxiety and fear of an unpredictable outcome. Despite all this, James naturally defended himself against her attacks, trying to protect himself from her attacks and maintain his integrity and safety. As it turns out, he even got injured as a result of wrestling with her, which added seriousness and tension to the situation, making him realize the real danger of his situation. But, of course, his characteristics increased from her attack, causing him to intensify his reaction and mobilize his forces and resources to protect himself and overcome unforeseen circumstances. Everyone was surprised that Lisa was constantly attacking the guy, causing shock and bewilderment among those around her, who could not understand the reasons for her aggressive behavior. James stood motionless, and everyone could not understand where he got so much strength for defense, which caused them amazement and questions about his endurance and abilities. But if everything continues in the same spirit, he will have a hard time, because the continuation of such events can lead to serious consequences for his well-being and safety. And besides, she said that she would not be able to restrain herself, which emphasized the seriousness of her intentions and the possible threat to James. But James wanted her to continue. He challenged her to himself, because he was ready for this challenge and was not going to give in without a fight. The girl could not understand the guy's reaction at all. She felt mixed feelings because of his strange behavior and the unusual confidence that he showed in this situation. But for now everything was exactly the same as it had begun, maintaining a tense atmosphere and uncertainty about the outcome of events, which caused anxiety among everyone present. She said that he received 100 blows, but did not even twitch an eye. He was too strong, which caused surprise and respect for his endurance and abilities. He said that her blows did not even leave a scratch on him, but his ability remained only in restraining himself, avoiding extreme measures and maintaining self-control. But then something changed on the battlefield, which attracted the attention of everyone present and changed the dynamics of events. Luckily, he was able to dodge her attacks, preventing any possible injury or damage, keeping himself safe and in control of the situation. James couldn't understand what had just happened, having mixed feelings due to the sudden events and lack of understanding of their source or reasons. Truly inexplicable things began to happen, which caused mixed feelings of surprise, fear and misunderstanding among everyone present, as the events went beyond their expectations and understanding. The girl literally began to attack with her own cap, which caused bewilderment and shock to everyone, because the situation became even more strange and unpredictable. It was a skill of hers that she was very proud of, a martial art called gift cap. James decided to protest against this behavior, recognizing its absurdity and unacceptability in a competition or any other situation. He said the girl was using a weapon illegally, but after checking with examiners, they concluded that the cap was nothing more than an accessory, leaving James disappointed and bewildered. The material, although an ordinary fabric in nature, at the moment when it absorbs energy, turns out to be very durable, undergoing a transformation from an ordinary state to a state with pronounced characteristics of hardness, creating an amazing combination of ordinariness and strength. This material is produced in specific places and times, which gives it a special meaning and makes it impossible to simply buy, giving it an air of uniqueness and limited availability that only enhances its appeal and value. This material has successfully passed all the necessary tests, which confirms its quality and reliability, and therefore there are no problems or deficiencies, which provides additional confidence in its use and functionality. The influence of this material in the current year cannot be changed, and men are now looking ahead to next year by adding it to the list of prohibited materials, which emphasizes its importance and significance in the context of the choice and use of materials. The girl expressed her gratitude to the man for the clarifications provided, which indicates the value and usefulness of the information received for her, strengthening their relationship and mutual understanding. And, of course, the girl was not ready to give up her plan, demonstrating confidence in her actions and decisions, which emphasizes her perseverance and independence. James made every effort to defend himself, demonstrating his determination and persistence in a situation where his interests or point of view needed to be defended. He realized that the situation was indeed dangerous, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation and the possible threats, which led to a change in his perception and approach to it. Despite this, he also possessed the skill and determination to defend himself, proving his willingness to act when necessary, showing his ability to handle difficult situations and defend his position. She appears to have good martial arts skills, however she currently avoids close contact and does not go on the offensive, which may indicate that she is cautious and strategic about the situation. About to decide the outcome of the battle with one powerful blow, he is confident that after that she will not be able to harm him anymore, which underscores his desire for an effective and quick resolution of the conflict. But then he noticed something next to the girl. It is unclear why, but he stopped abruptly, perhaps realizing that his opponent was not as simple as he thought, or paying attention to something unexpected that forced him to change his tactics. James finally realized that the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Everything around him seemed distorted, each turn leading to a new challenge, forcing him to rethink his goals and strategies. If he continues to touch them, he is afraid that he will be excluded. The fear of rejection has stopped him, causing him to be careful in every action. He considered her a true demon in the flesh, perceiving her every glance as a piercing reminder of his own dark passions and doubts. He, of course, could not think that behind such a charming girl was the essence of a real snake. Her words seemed like sweet honey, but there was a poisonous danger lurking beneath the surface. He realized that the previous attacks had not been particularly serious, realizing that they were only harbingers of deeper and more destructive threats that could await him ahead. She let his guard down, penetrating his thoughts and heart with seductive ease, causing him to lose his guard and fall into the illusion of safety. She then used the cap to pull it over his finger, then explained what the material was made of and went back to his activity. Nothing happened. Unarmed hand-to-hand combat was an intense physical combat where every movement and reaction counted, resembling a dance of death on the edge of extreme intensity. And then the long-range attack and the cap. Her goal was to arrange her threads, play the game and manipulate events from the shadows, creating the illusion of control. And then she filled these energies of hers, which were no longer controlled solely by her desire, revealing a power that he could not stop or understand, embodying a power beyond his ideas of possibility. As soon as he returns to battle, these threads will immediately cut him, representing invisible traps that will fall on him at the most inopportune moment, depriving him of the chance to win. He was a very smart guy. He seemed to not only think about the lower part of his body, his mind and intuition worked at full capacity, and he was able to see hidden tricks and penetrate to the essence of things with penetration unusual for his age. She was rich, intelligent, and very powerful, possessing not only material wealth, but also an intellect that could manage complex situations, as well as a power that made others tremble. Wealth is also a kind of power, and it is time for it to admit defeat, realizing that even the highest degree of ingenuity can fail in the face of wealth and power. The guy's father taught him to step on the same rake, each time hoping that his son would finally learn a lesson from his mistakes and stop repeating them in the future. But again, something changed on the battlefield. New variables made adjustments to their strategies, forcing them to adapt to new conditions and situations. He couldn't understand why he couldn't move, feeling like an invisible force was keeping him frozen in place, leaving him unable to act or even think about anything else. His father is great, but he is sorry that the guy still does not understand the lessons that he tried to convey to him, hoping that sooner or later he will still be able to understand their deep meaning. It was amazing because Lisa from the first building immobilized James, making him realize that sometimes even those he trusted could turn on him. From the outside it really looked very easy for the girl. She played with dolls with him, manipulating him like a puppet in her hands, without losing a drop of her composure. He is right. As always, life plunges them into rather unusual situations, forcing them to consider the world around them from a new perspective and look for a way out of the confusing labyrinths of circumstances. This year they had another person in their sights, who brought something new and unexpected into their lives, adding dynamics and uncertainty to the already established order of things. Everyone immediately began to argue about where the girl should go, flaring up with passionate debates and reasoned arguments, each insisting on his own opinion and vision of the situation. But apparently she was not ready to stop there, showing her determination and perseverance in achieving her goals, despite the obstacles and doubts of others. Since she ate their food, she had no doubt about her determination to kill him, because she felt the strength and confidence to overcome any moral or ethical objections. So she simply wanted to take him out of the game, seeing him as an obstacle to her goals, and was willing to use any means to achieve that goal. But to everyone's surprise, everything turned upside down in a split second, and because of the game, the girl herself was taken out, revealing her vulnerability and unexpected weakness in this confrontation. Everyone present could not understand what this meant, puzzled and stunned by the sudden development of events that disrupted the usual order of things and forced them to rethink the current situation. Player James broke free and pushed the girl out of the arena, emphasizing his determination and strength with a sudden and daring action that shocked everyone present. Of course, Lisa could not understand how this happened, remaining amazed and puzzled by the unexpected turn of events that turned the whole game upside down. She asked how he was able to free himself from her technique, since the cap was still on his head, but James only smiled mysteriously, without revealing his secret, and continued to move forward, showing that he was far from defeated. James was ready to explain, his confident smile emphasizing his willingness to share his knowledge and experience, ready to dispel her doubts and restore trust. But he didn't know how to explain all this to her correctly, doubting that he could find words that would fully convey the essence of his actions and motivations. After all, he could not talk about his curse, fearing that it would lead to misunderstanding and rejection, and at the same time realizing that it was part of his essence that he could not just reveal. James abruptly began to change the cap and ask how she even dared to put this cap on him, expressing his indignation and dissatisfaction that she had exceeded his expectations and courage. She was right. Conspiracy theories are also a kind of force that can instill fear and cause mistrust in the world around us, creating an atmosphere of suspicion and paranoia. The girl was furious at this response, her anger expressed in all her movements and facial expressions, reflecting her indignation and disappointment in James's treatment. The guy immediately started running to the director to rejoice with him, feeling a sense of satisfaction that he was able to win the fight with the girl. Of course, his family was happy about this too, supporting his success and rejoicing for him, convinced that he was worthy of victory and deserved recognition. It was announced on television that James and the 7th Corps had won today's competition, and this news caused a wave of delight and admiration among the audience, emphasizing his outstanding abilities and skills. The boss was happy for the guy in her own way, seeing in his victory not only an individual success, but also an indicator of the superiority and effectiveness of their training and preparation. The commentator suggested watching the next game, whetting the interest of the audience and promising exciting moments and unexpected turns of events. The next game was Jessica against the guy, and the atmosphere of tension and anticipation in the arena reached its peak as the two opponents prepared to fight. Some man supported the girl, admiring her courage and determination, and his support added strength and self-confidence to her before the upcoming battle. Everyone was looking forward to the next battles, because they did not expect to see such a spectacular show, which turned out to be not only exciting, but also full of unexpected twists and emotional moments. The guy said that even ordinary players would fight against her, causing excitement and curiosity among viewers who were waiting to see how she would cope with new challenges and opponents. But she treats everyone equally. In any case, she will win, showing her determination and steadfastness in achieving her goals, regardless of the complexity of the situation or the characteristics of her opponents. James thought it would be easy for her to make it to the quarterfinals, confident in her outstanding abilities and ability to overcome any obstacles on the way to victory. The protagonist asked the principal if he knew Jessica's older brother, showing interest in his rival's past and family connections. The winner of 2 university entrance exams is currently the chairman of the university's student union. His strength is at least half that of the guy, presenting him as a serious and influential leader. Although he had heard about her family, he knew that their heirs were strong, but he could not understand why exactly they stood out among other powerful families, which added mystery and intrigue to their genealogy. It's not really about the power of family names, but about their characteristics that make them stand out from others, giving them a unique character and influence. In general, one day a family member died tragically, and this event left a deep mark on their family, influencing each of the family members and determining their future actions and decisions. The commentator announced that the guy began to escalate his attack on Jessica, emphasizing his aggressiveness and determination to win at any cost, which created tension and an atmosphere of struggle in the arena. The guy, who is slightly stronger than the girl in terms of strength, begins to attack, but she is not going to lose, demonstrating her willpower and willingness to resist, despite unfavorable circumstances. In fact, his daughter's performance is what he did not expect the most, because she showed her strength and ability to resist, outliving his expectations and proving her worth. But Jessica did not give in and dodge the attacks, demonstrating her agility and insight in combat, which made her opponent experience more and more difficulties. Her movements were indeed elastic. She was a flexible and graceful cat, avoiding traps and attacks, which gave her an advantage in battle. The guy reacted faster than the girl and delivered a powerful blow, trying to gain an advantage in the fight and deliver the decisive blow, but Jessica continued to fight despite his attacks. Even if he is on the verge of death, he will still make it to the quarterfinals, showing his unwavering determination and willpower to succeed in this competition no matter what. Everyone immediately started chanting his name, supporting him and lifting his spirits, inspiring him to keep fighting and not give up in the face of adversity. The audience was delighted with the guy, admiring his skill and perseverance, which created an atmosphere of emotional uplift and inspiration in the arena. Jessica, with the first level of strength, was overwhelmed by the guy, and it seemed that he had a good chance of reaching the quarterfinals, which caused anxiety among her fans and supporters. James knew that he was stubborn and did not believe that she would admit defeat so easily, knowing her determination and ability to fight to the end, which added intrigue to the battle and fueled the tension in the arena. The girl started talking about a certain champion, perhaps referring to his resilience and fighting spirit in her own situation, trying to inspire herself and bring back her fighting spirit. She remembered her childhood when her brother became a champion, finding inspiration and strength in this memory to not give up and continue to fight for victory. Jessica wanted more than anything to become a champion too, with a burning desire to surpass herself and prove her ability to win this competition. But she just didn't know if she could do it, because she had difficulties and challenges that she had to overcome in order to achieve her goal. But she really wanted it more than anything, harboring an inner desire and motivation to achieve her goal, despite the doubts and unknowns along the way to success. A woman immediately started running up to the girl, perhaps to support her or give her some advice before the decisive moment of the competition. She said that the difference in their strength was too great and asked if she would continue, perhaps suggesting they stop fighting to avoid further injury or disappointment. Jessica smiled and said that she was fine, but a tinge of sadness flashed in her eyes. Some kind of secret was hidden in her soul, shrouding her life. She stood up, ready to continue the fight, her eyes sparkling with determination and her heart beating stronger than ever, ready to conquer any obstacles in her path. Jessica lived to win today's competition. Her passion for victory was irresistible. She had been preparing for this moment for many months, and now was the time to prove her strength and perseverance. And she strives to prove that she can do this. Despite all the difficulties and obstacles, she is full of determination and confidence in her abilities, ready to overcome any challenges on the path to victory. She was confident that she was no worse than her brother. She had a hot fire of competitive spirit inside. She strived to surpass his successes and prove her own worth. The guy asked why anyone would need to prove anything, implying that self-affirmation should not depend on other people's expectations or standards, and that the most important thing is to be true to yourself. In any case, he expected nothing more from her than to simply be herself. Without succumbing to external expectations or pressure, he appreciated her sincerity and authenticity. In the end, he only said that he would not feel sorry for her. Foreseeing some future events, he said this with confidence, which caused mixed feelings in her. The guy, as it turned out, also dreamed of reaching the quarterfinals. This became clear from his decisive look and tense gait. And not only to reach the quarterfinals, but also to receive a reward of 200,000. This was his main goal, for which he was ready to fight to the end. He broke his opponent's arm with one blow, and at that moment his inner strength and aggressiveness manifested itself in all its fury, changing the course of the competition forever and causing shock to everyone present. His father is in the hospital, and he needs money for a kidney transplant operation in order to survive, and this became the guy's main motive in competitions, where each victory could bring not only fame, but also the necessary funds. So he needs to win much more, because success in the competition has become the only chance to raise the necessary funds and save his father's life. His tenacity was indeed very strong. It was the source of his strength and motivation, allowing him to overcome any difficulties and fight to the last in every competition. From his blow, both flew away from each other. The force of the blow was so great that even the guy himself needed some time to recover and understand what had happened. Of course, the guy was ready to continue the fight. His determination did not weaken for a moment, and he stood up, ready to return to the fight with even greater zeal. The girl was at the end of her strength, but even with her last strength she continued to fight, not wanting to give up in the face of obstacles, and ready to go to the end for her goal. He could not understand what was happening at all, because she would not be able to repel all his blows, but even at the end of her strength, she found the strength to protect herself and continued to resist, no matter what. He was confident that he had the upper hand over Jessica, but suddenly she flared up with a furious charge, dodged his blow and responded with a series of fast and powerful blows, stunning him and restoring the balance of power. But she has a reason why she must win. It could be her own valor, a desire to prove herself or protect something important to her, which gives her additional motivation and strength. Since she does not know how to give up, he intended to force her to do so by any means, sparing neither himself nor her, in order to win at any cost. Jessica was slightly perplexed by the guy's tenacity. His persistence and desire to win caused her some surprise, but she was ready to accept the challenge and prove her strength. The guy was ready to deliver the final blow to the girl in order to finally defeat her and complete this fight in his favor, leaving no doubt about his strength and skill. Well, nevertheless, she was somehow able to slightly resist this blow, throwing away its force with the last reserves of energy, and determined to continue to fight. And in a split second she was completely alive and well. Nothing happened. Her determination and willpower helped her overcome the ordeal and recover faster than expected. The guy tried to force her to admit defeat, but she refused to give up, despite his persistent attempts, and was preparing to answer him with a blow of her own. Whose reason is the best is not really that important. The whole point is how much everyone is willing to give their best to achieve their goal. The girl was ready to do anything and wanted to demonstrate it. With her actions she sought to show that nothing would stop her on the path to victory. He couldn't understand why Jessica's strength had increased dramatically, but seeing her determination and perseverance, he realized that he was faced with a worthy opponent, willing to overcome any obstacles to win. She thanked him, realizing that his persistence and strength had inspired her to become stronger, and she expressed her gratitude for the challenge in helping her reach her true potential. James realized that she was sacrificing her life to gain strength, and it was a little like his curse, where the more injuries she received, the stronger she became. He saw in her a reflection of his own struggles and recognized her as his worthy opponent. The result of the battle seemed to be a foregone conclusion, but both participants were ready for this test, and neither of them was going to give up without a fight until the very end. The girl used her skill, acquired through many years of training and experience, to outweigh the force and turn the tide of the battle in her favor. She was completely confident of her victory, thanks to her skill, perseverance, and dedication to the goal, and this gave her additional strength and confidence in every move she made. Then she very quickly approached the guy and struck him, using her speed and agility to surprise him and take advantage of his moment of weakness. He flew several meters away from the arena, the force of the blow forcing him to retreat, showing her strength and determination to end this fight in her favor. Having landed, he was left completely without strength. The fate of the battle was decided, and his remaining powerlessness only confirmed the girl's victory. But the girl was also tired and began to fall to her feet. But the smile did not leave her face, because she knew that she had achieved her goal and won. A woman ran up to her and congratulated her on her victory, and then hugged her, giving her recognition for her outstanding efforts and willpower in this battle. The crowd was also happy that Jessica won, giving a standing ovation and expressing their admiration for her tenacity and skill in battle. No other man would have been expected from a member of the family, but Jessica has consistently proven that she is capable of outstanding achievements and can handle any challenges she faces. At the doctor's office, the guy said that the loser had nothing to say to the girl, noting that victory speaks for itself and leaves no room for explanations or excuses. If he drops out of school and finds a company that deals with shady deals, he may be able to save up money for the operation faster, but this decision carries risks and could have negative consequences in the future. Jessica said that she would give her reward to the guy's father, showing generosity and compassion for his situation, ready to help in a difficult moment. In the hallway outside James' medical office, there was a magazine that caught the attention of passers-by because of its unusual headline or cover image. He read that Jessica had become a dangerous opponent, which caused him surprise and inner anxiety, as he did not expect that she could pose a serious threat. James and Jessica met in the arena. Their meeting was tense and expected. Both are ready to fight for their goals and show their strength and skill. The guy was sure that he would definitely become a champion. His perseverance and self-confidence were indestructible, and he was ready to fight to the last to achieve his goal. The family, as always, supported the guy, standing behind him every step of his way, filling him with strength and confidence in his abilities. But Jessica wasn't ready to lose either. She faced the challenge with a sense of determination and resolve, ready to do whatever it took to win. Two clear winners gathered in front of the public. Their strength and skill were recognized by everyone who witnessed this epic fight. Their battle became a real masterpiece. The main thing is that Jessica's technique is speed. You need to do everything possible to get her out of the arena at the very beginning, otherwise her advantage may become insurmountable. His strength level is 1.4, while hers is only 1.1. He needs to take her down with one blow to end the fight as quickly as possible, and without wasting energy. Jessica already knew his ability, and he was willing to use it to his advantage to get her to give up. But James was able to wound the girl very sharply. His blow was unexpected and powerful, leaving her in a state of shock and pain. James' strength was truly what he said he was, and his ability to use it to his advantage against his opponents was impressive. He couldn't understand what kind of joke this was and was ready to start Plan B, but a sudden change in circumstances forced him to reconsider his actions and strategy. He began to literally spin right in the middle of the battle, creating a vortex of movement and power around himself, which became his unusual and effective weapon. He received many injuries, but with each blow his combat characteristics increased. A new source of strength awakened within him, supporting him in battle. Jessica tried her best to dodge the guy's blows, using her agility and speed to minimize the damage and find an opportunity to counterattack. He said that he would throw her out of the arena, demonstrating his superiority and intention to end the fight in his favor. But Jessica was not going to give up so easily. Jessica needed to prepare for something painful. She felt that the guy was ready to use all his strength to win, and she was preparing for the fact that she might suffer damage. But at one point she simply hit him right in the head, using the moment of surprise to inflict maximum damage and change the course of events in her favor. Of course, out of hopelessness and surprise, he fell to the floor, losing his balance and feeling pain from a strong blow that he did not expect. But he did not see a problem in this, because he had other plans that could be realized even with such a turn of events. But immediately after that, he was hit in the face again, demonstrating his unpreparedness and openness to a counterattack from Jessica. Jessica continued to hit him hard, not giving him a moment to recover and building up the pressure to get the win. James had already begun to beg for her not to hit him in the face, showing signs of weakness and desperation in an attempt to retain at least some of his dignity and hope of salvation. Without listening to him, she continued to hit him directly in the face, not giving him the opportunity to recover or defend himself, expressing her contempt for his past actions. It's her fault. Previously he could give his best, but now he can only rely on appearance. Jessica was surprised when she went outside and saw that the sky had turned bright blue. It invited her to the unknown expanses of her imagination. And then he immediately attacked her, deftly dodging her defensive movements and abruptly breaking through her weak points, embodying the power of a raging storm that knows no mercy. He decided to use his legs the same way she had a few minutes ago, rushing towards his goal with the same grace and speed. They were created for one purpose: to achieve victory. And then he began to deliver several blows per attack, each time accurately and precisely, his movements coordinated with the clockwork mechanism to create an irresistible force from which it was impossible to hide. James threw her straight to the floor with all his might. His actions were decisive and ruthless. He sought to make it clear who was in charge here, and was not going to stop until he achieved his goal. He asked if she had finally been immobilized, his voice sounding mocking, as if he already felt like a winner in this battle and was ready to enjoy his victory. James believed that this was truly the end of the battle. He had won, There was confidence and triumph in his confident gaze. He had achieved an important goal for which he had worked for so long, and was now ready to enjoy his well-deserved victory. He couldn't understand how she suddenly increased her stat to 1.5. His surprise was boundless. She suddenly came out of the shadows and showed incredible abilities that he couldn't match. For 90 years, no one in their family had made a breakthrough so quickly. It was something incredible. She had unique abilities that could change the course of family history overnight. The girl was a real treasure of the family. She shone brighter than all the diamonds, personified hope and joy for each of their family and friends, filling their hearts with warmth and pride. James asked what to do if he didn't have a particular reason to win, his words sounding like a challenge to himself, as if he was faced with a choice between his own ambition and moral principles. He decided to see what real luck was, to test his luck for himself and find out whether he was capable of a miracle, or whether his confidence was based only on his own strength and skill. The girl began to create some kind of magical ball right in her hands. Her movements were elegant and graceful. She weaved the thread of fate with her fingers, filling the space around with mystery and magic. He asked when she was going to repay the debt for the food he treated her to. His voice sounded insistent. He waited impatiently for an answer, hoping for mutual respect and understanding. That day, everyone ate with their family, and she sat alone in the corner, a lost soul, and his heart sank with compassion when he saw her alone among the crowd. And thanks to him, she felt warmth and tenderness. His kindness penetrated the gray walls of her loneliness, giving her confidence that she was not alone against the whole world. She can do whatever she wants, but she will not give up victory. The fire of determination and perseverance burned in her eyes. She was ready to fight to the end for her goal, no matter what. Her behavior is burning her life, and if she continues like this, she will soon be gone. If she really wants to repay him with the truth, then let her not sacrifice her life. It was too late to turn everything back. It won't be possible. Time moves inexorably forward, leaving behind only memories and lessons that we can learn from the past. Then Jessica immediately attacked the guy again. Her movements were swift and decisive. She was ready to fight back any forces standing in her way. Even if she dies, she will still give it her all. Her determination was limitless. She is willing to do anything to achieve her goal, even if it requires sacrifice from her. James could not understand what all this was for. His mind struggled with Jessica's mysterious actions, and he looked for answers in her strange actions, hoping to unravel the mystery hidden behind her behavior. She apologized to him and said that in the next life she would return everything to him. Her words were mysterious. She promised him something more than just compensation for her actions in this life. After this, James began to carry her in his arms, his gesture full of compassion and care. He decided to take responsibility for her well-being and protect her from all the storms that could undermine her strength and determination. The guy won, but said that he didn't want to say anything. His silence was mysterious. He couldn't find words to express his feelings or thoughts after the victory. When he was asked for an interview, he also refused the woman. His decision was firm. He kept some secrets within himself or simply did not want to share his experience with outsiders. She was stunned, because they were popular. Her surprise was understandable, because refusing an interview seemed an unexpected step for a guy who was usually the center of attention. They were at a loss. They could not understand what was happening to him, because he had become a champion. His face was not illuminated with joy, because he did not want to achieve victory by paying with someone else's life. It would be strange to see him beaming with happiness when his soul rejected the idea of becoming a champion at the expense of someone else's sacrifice. He really didn't want Jessica to die because he valued her life and didn't want to lose her. Then, with a nervous inner tension, he slowly walked up to the high table where the chief examiner sat, awaiting an assessment of his preparation and abilities for the important test. Stopping in front of him, he persistently asked the chief examiner to listen to him, to give him a chance to explain his thoughts and prove his readiness. James immediately accepted his congratulations on his victory, grateful for the recognition of his efforts and achievements in this difficult test. The man announced that the award ceremony was about to begin, and so he couldn't just leave, leaving James in the dark about his success in the exam. He expressed his indifference by stating that he was not interested in participating in the ceremony, since he had learned in advance that the reward would be paid regardless of his presence at it. Everyone around tried to somehow stop the guy. warning him against making a hasty decision or refusing to participate in the ceremony, perhaps seeing this as a potential loss for him. And then the director approached him, wanting to talk in private and understand the reason for his decision, perhaps find a compromise or help resolve the situation. After this, James finally asked where the ceremony would take place, realizing that perhaps it was important to attend it to maintain connections or deserved recognition. Everyone was surprised that the director of the 7th building was able to change the guy's decision, probably believing that such interference in the decision-making process is rare and causes amazement. James took the stage and raised his microphone to introduce himself by name, ready to take part in the awards ceremony despite his early doubts. Naturally, the principal was delighted that his student was a champion, feeling proud of his ward's achievements, and seeing it as proof of the quality of education provided by their institution. The entire audience was delighted with the guy, giving him a standing ovation and expressing their enthusiastic feelings about his achievements. The path to becoming a champion was not easy, and first of all he wanted to thank his mother, who always supported him and believed in his abilities, helping him overcome difficulties and strive for success. Of course, she was touched by this treatment, and tears of joy sparkled unspeakably in her eyes, pride and joy filling her heart, seeing how her son recognized her important role in his successes. Secondly, he would like to say thank you to his sister. Despite the fact that she often calls names, he knows that she is ready for anything for him. Of course, the sister was also glad that her brother became a champion, feeling pride and joy from his achievements, which they overcame together, despite any difficulties and disagreements. James also did not forget about his boss, thanks to whom he found the strength and inspiration to achieve new heights, expressing his sincere gratitude to her for her guidance and support. She was also surprised that he reached out to her, but felt proud and grateful that she could contribute to his success and be a part of his path to victory. But it is unclear why she became angry with him, perhaps due to some misunderstanding or conflict that arose between them despite their previous cooperation and understanding. James thanked his principal next, acknowledging his role in his success and appreciating his support and guidance throughout his training. As he approached them, he asked who he should thank, wanting to acknowledge everyone who had contributed to his path to victory, and show his appreciation to each of them. The past director stated that all past debts could be repaid if James expressed gratitude to him, promising him $2 million at once. But the director realized that there could not be a lot of money in the 2nd building, and may have cancelled his offer or offered other conditions for expressing gratitude. Well, James said he had already made up his mind, perhaps turning down the director's offer and preferring to express his gratitude in a different way. The two men eagerly hoped that they would be given preferential thanks, their hearts beating in anticipation of James' decision that could determine which of them would receive special thanks. Unfortunately, James chose the director of the 2nd building. The man was sure that money in their world is everything, so James's choice seemed natural to him, based on material benefits or advantages. He thanked him for the man expelling him from school right before the entrance exams and thus disqualifying him, perhaps showing the irony of his decision to choose him. James expressed gratitude for the unfair treatment he experienced, emphasizing that these experiences made him stronger and taught him to appreciate his achievements even more. Thanks to his support and wise advice, he was able to overcome all obstacles on his path to success and achieve great heights in his career. Of course, the man was amazed and pleasantly surprised that his friend expressed his gratitude in this way. After everyone heard this decision, they realized the need to transfer their children from the 2nd building, because it was made consciously and due to concern for their safety and comfort. The man was overcome with rage as the realization of the whole situation dawned on him, and he felt that he had been deceived or betrayed, causing him strong emotions and disappointment. And suddenly, under the influence of mixed feelings of anger, disappointment, and perhaps exhaustion, he fell completely out of his chair, unable to maintain his balance under the influence of emotional stress. Now, as a result of recent events, he took a new look at his life and decided to thank the director of the 7th building for discovering his merits and providing him with housing, realizing the importance of this step for his future. Of course, he said a lot of nice words, because for this he was promised an additional bonus of $100,000, which became an incentive to express gratitude and recognize the importance of this gesture. In addition, he noted that this director is a true treasure of their country, emphasizing his value and importance to society. Journalists immediately flocked to him, wanting to know how to train such a talented student, whose successes and achievements aroused such intense interest in society. James then began to talk about Jessica, introducing her into his speech and perhaps revealing her important role or accomplishments in the context of the topic being discussed. Finally, he came and stood in front of the door of the medical office, ready to enter and answer his very precise questions. When he opened the door a little and began to speak, he immediately heard a familiar voice, which caused some excitement or surprise in him. The girl's condition was extremely grave, and all possible medical procedures and studies were carried out, but all that remained was to wait for her inevitable death, which created an environment of deep anxiety and bitterness. Even if they tried to inject energy or other drugs into her body, it would probably only temporarily ease her suffering, but her condition would remain extremely grave, and it was unlikely that she would be able to last long. The man froze for a second, gathering himself internally, but his intention to say something was clear, reflected in his tense silence. He suggested that they should try using energy. The amazing success of today's breakthrough has exceeded all expectations and requires further study and analysis. James came in and said that they were discussing a person who concerns you. He believed that the man might have at least an ounce of conscience, but it turned out that he was sadly mistaken, given his recent actions or lack of any regrets. The man could not understand how this man even ended up here, wondering in surprise how he got into this place. The guy sharply stated that the man did not deserve to be called her father, expressing his indignation and disappointment in his behavior or character. As he sat there, he couldn't understand whether it was even possible to sit quietly and wait for Jessica to die, or whether this irreconcilable state required some kind of action or decision. He was not ready to say goodbye to the girl, feeling that losing her would be unbearable for him and would leave an unhealed wound in his heart. He wondered if there was any way he could save her, not wanting to accept the idea that her death was inevitable and looking for any opportunity that could change the outcome of the situation. But apparently, something suddenly clicked in his head, indicating that perhaps there was a way to save the situation or at least improve it. The things he discovered in the secret realm opened up new horizons and possibilities, making him think about how they could be used to change the current situation. There he discovered a certain USB panel that seemed to be the key to helping him solve his problems or change his current situation. He dialed someone and asked if he knew a good software engineer who could help crack codes or perform other software tasks and provide valuable assistance. He took her advice into account and realized that it was best not to interfere himself if she claimed to know everything necessary. Together with the girl, they headed to a certain house, intending to discuss their next steps and try to find a solution to her plight. Upon arrival, they were immediately greeted by servants in the form of girls, ready to help them with anything. The girl immediately turned to him with a question about whether he needed the help of a maid or any other services, expressing her readiness to provide assistance in any matter. He realized that the girl's family was wealthy, but he did not imagine that they were so rich that they could have the luxury of servants who awaited them upon arrival. She was told that the lady had heard about the arrival of the guests, so she hurried to go to the bathroom, but half an hour had already passed, and she still had not come out. The girl assured him that the lady would be very useful to him, and would help him in solving his problem or questions, giving him hope for positive changes. The girl immediately recognized James, who turned out to be an additional surprise that appeared in their house. She decided to install a camera in the toilet, perhaps to monitor the behavior of the guests or for some other reason, causing him some concern and dissatisfaction. Indeed, it seems that he had somewhat lewd plans for the guy, which made him uneasy and confused about their intentions. And then just wait until James went to the toilet to carry out his lewd plans, which made him feel uneasy and apprehensive. At that moment, someone entered her, interrupting her plans and possibly saving the guy from an unpleasant incident. The girl called her a real pervert, revealing her thoughts or assessment of her actions, causing her some bewilderment or disappointment. She began to think that at the moment she was actually researching the structure of the male genital organs and their functioning, and she was especially interested in how well and efficiently the genitourinary system worked. The girl got into an argument with her sister, asking what was wrong with scientific research, perhaps trying to protect her interests or point of view about her activities. James began to say that his mother claims that there is nothing good in such studies, so if he wants to go to the toilet, then let him wait until he comes home, expressing agreement with her opinion or recommendation. The girl said that guys should be more careful when they walk on the streets, perhaps emphasizing the importance of caution and safety in public places. The sister began to argue with them and asked what they would think, perhaps expressing concern or confusion about their conversation or actions. She asked for a file that needed decryption, likely expressing interest in the case or trying to help solve it. James held out his hand and said that the document was in the flask, ready to be handed over for further study or decipherment. The girl noted that she had never seen such a memory card before, expressing surprise or bewilderment regarding the format or type of storage medium. After some time, they came to a room and began to examine what was in it, perhaps looking for some key details or information related to the mysterious file on the flash drive. She believes that this file may be the key to some kind of advanced artificial intelligence, perhaps developing or controlling certain technological or information systems. All third-party decryption attempts are impossible. It can only be carried out by research institutes. But she can try to solve it on her own, although the chances of success are extremely low. At least now he has an idea of what direction he should go in, observing the activity and interest around the mysterious file and trying to find his way to solving this mystery. The girl noticed that it was too hot in the office and suggested waiting outside to avoid discomfort or overheating. They have no parents, they are orphans, and they earn money on their own, which makes them more independent in making decisions and solving life problems. Her sister loves to grow money, so if she can develop a program that will immediately make millions, it would be the perfect embodiment of her desires and goals. The guy was having trouble understanding what it meant to make money easily, perhaps due to his experience or lack of understanding in finance. James stated that he would understand his reasons for wanting to hack the thing once they had completed all their activities or tasks, implying that the solution would be worth the effort they put in. The girl assumed that this was an excuse to meet her, believing that she would ask him for a favor, and in return he intended to invite her to dinner, perhaps trying to create a romantic atmosphere or express his feelings. But James argued that all these guesses and assumptions were untrue, refuting possible motives and intentions. In fact, they might skip some steps, implying the possibility of shortening the process or simplifying the action plan to achieve the desired result. After all, time is gold, so it is possible that they cannot immediately get down to business, due to the need for careful preparation or waiting for the right moment to begin work. James thought about the girl's words and realized that time was indeed precious, which could lead him to take a more persistent or focused approach to achieving his goals. Then he completely reached out to the girl, trying to kiss her, perhaps showing his feelings or reacting to the created atmosphere. And it was at that moment that their sister walked in, interrupting their moment of intimacy or romance. She said that inside contained a complete set of annotations for human genes, describing the contents of the file and possibly confirming the importance and interest of this information. If someday humanity unravels all the secrets of genes, evolution will occur, but it will not evolve. The emergence of a complete set of genome annotation was quite unexpected, and there was no doubt that everything was going very well. Perhaps it could even be useful in the future. Governments around the world are puzzling over the clues to genes, realizing the importance of this information for various aspects of science, medicine, and society as a whole. He realized that he needed to take everything, probably to keep the information safe or to use it to his advantage. It contained something else. She called it resurrection pills. She explained that, of course, it is impossible to rise from the dead, but thanks to a certain set of genes, it is possible to optimize some cells, giving a second chance at life. James suddenly realized that it was a resurrection pill that could bring Jessica back to life.